Chapter 211. Regardless of Yang Huiying's struggle behind him, Tang Zhongyi just wanted his little girl to return to the way she used to be when she relied on him. Xiao Xiao. He wanted to get closer to her, but Gu Xingyin, who shouldn't have any reaction, walked a little to the other side. Tang Zhongyi remembered the expert's words, people like Miss Ning are most afraid of being provoked. Their hearts are hard to open, but it's easy to close again because of a provocation. That damned woman. Tang Zhongyi thought of the woman whose name he didn't know, and there was a burst of anger in his heart. He was afraid of provoking Ning Zhao, so he had to follow her carefully all the way. He sat with her for a while before he had to leave because of the company's business. Before he left, Tang Zhongyi specially told the housekeeper that there must be someone to watch Ning Zhao's side and not let any random people disturb her. Because of what happened before, the housekeeper felt that he was not doing his job well and quickly nodded. At night, Tang Zhongyi came to Gu Xingyin's room. As expected, he saw her sitting on the side with wet hair. He shook his head and smiled, reaching for a towel. Seeing that Ning Zhao seemed to want to hide again, he held her down and didn't let her move. Don't move. If you don't dry your hair, you'll have a headache when you sleep. He knew that she could understand. Sure enough, Gu Xingyin slowly stopped moving and let him dry her wet hair. Tang Zhongyi put the towel aside and gently watched Ning Zhao obediently climb onto the bed, cover herself with the quilt, and close her eyes motionlessly. He looked at her like that, only feeling infinite tenderness in his heart. Suddenly, his heart moved. Gu Xingyin only felt a soft thing gently touching her forehead, and then, there was a soft goodnight. Host, what should I do at this time? Gu Xingyin asked. System. Keep silent. People like Ning Zhao can actually act coquettishly with people close to them. Host can become more intimate with your lover after you become more familiar with him. Gu Xingyin only felt that her system was the role model of the system world. Not only did it never force the host to do anything against her will, it even encouraged the host to fall in love. Tang Zhongyi saw the girl's eyelids move slightly, but she didn't open them. Obviously, she acquiesced to his previous action. He was very surprised, but he didn't dare to disturb her. He just turned off the light for her considerately and left gently. Neither of them mentioned Yang Huiying's matter. Gu Xingyin knew Ning Zhao's character and wouldn't talk about it at all. Tang Zhongyi didn't take this matter to heart at all. As for the housekeeper, he didn't have time. Therefore, Tang Zhongyi and Gu Xingyin were surprised when Tang Zhongqing, the eldest young master of the Tang family, came in with Yang Huiying. Why is this woman here? He looked at Yang Huiying with an unfriendly expression. Tang Zhongqing looked at his brother in surprise. You know Miss Yang? Tang Zhongyi glanced at her. We don't know each other. We just have some unpleasant past. Tang Zhongqing smiled and said, You're a big man, so why bother with a girl? Let me introduce you. This is Yang Huiying, Miss Yang. She will be Xiao Qian's piano tutor in the future. Every afternoon at 3 p.m., she will come to teach Xiao Qian how to play the piano. Tang Zhongyi looked over and was about to speak when Tang Zhongqing blocked his brother's mouth with a sentence. Miss Yang saved our Xiao Qian on the road today. You didn't have any misunderstandings before, so let it go. Chapter 212. Since she had saved his nephew, Tang Zhongyi couldn't just chase her away. Tang Zhongqing asked the housekeeper to take Yang Huiying to Xiao Qian's room while he took a call and left in a hurry. Tang Zhongyi walked up to Yang Huiying and said, You saved Xiao Qian, so I won't argue with you about what happened before. Remember, don't get close to Zhao Zhao again. He left with Ning Zhao, leaving Yang Huiying alone with indignation. Yang Huiying was a sweet talker and had saved Tang Qian before, so it was easy for her to win his favor. She found that she rarely saw Master Tang and Ning Zhao when she came to the Tang house every day. Actually, it was normal. Father Tang and the two brothers went to the company every day, and Mother Tang had her own business outside. Besides, they wouldn't spend time on a tutor. Ning Zhao didn't go out without anyone, except for practicing in the morning and taking a walk in the afternoon. One day, she couldn't help but secretly ask Tang Qian, Xiao Qian, there's a girl in your family who likes to wear white dresses. She's very beautiful and doesn't like to talk. Is she the daughter of your Tang family? Tang Qian blinked and said, are you talking about Auntie Xiao Xiao? In fact, he preferred to call her sister Xiao Xiao, but his uncle didn't let him. Yang Huiying heard Tang Zhongyi call Gu Xingyin that way and nodded. Tang Qian said, Auntie Xiao Xiao isn't part of our family. Grandma said that Auntie Xiao Xiao is very pitiful. Her parents are no longer around, so Grandpa and Grandma brought her to live with us. He suddenly covered his mouth and whispered to Yang Huiying, Dad told me not to tell anyone, especially Auntie Xiao Xiao. She can't know. Ms. Yang, you have to keep it a secret for me. Yang Huiying nodded and said, of course, I won't tell anyone. She didn't think so in her heart. It turned out that the girl was just living under someone else's roof, but she still acted like a rich missy. Thinking of Ning Zhao's appearance that day, her heart skipped a beat. It seemed that she didn't know how to speak. She glanced at the innocent Tang Qian, lowered her voice and said patiently, I had a small misunderstanding with your Auntie Xiao Xiao and wanted to apologize to her, but your Auntie Xiao Xiao didn't seem to care about me and didn't want to talk to me. Tang Qian liked Gu Xingyin very much. He was afraid that Yang Huiying would misunderstand her, so he quickly said, Teacher Yang, don't blame Auntie Xiao Xiao. Auntie Xiao Xiao never speaks in our house. Dad said that when she was born, God opened a window for her, so Sister Xiao Xiao didn't like to talk to others and only liked to be alone. He thought for a moment and added, but Sister Xiao Xiao plays the piano very well. It's a pity she can't teach me. Seeing that Yang Huiying didn't speak, Tang Qian thought that Teacher Yang was unhappy because of his words. He quickly said, Teacher Yang also plays the piano very well. I like it very much. Yang Huiying came back to her senses and said with a smile, Teacher Yang doesn't blame Qian. In that case, Lil Qian, let's treat our conversation today as a little secret between the two of us. We won't tell anyone, okay? Tang Qian nodded heavily. Yang Huiying already had an idea in her heart. According to Tang Qian, this girl named Xiao Xiao was clearly autistic. It was said that people with autism had some eccentricities and sharp personalities. No wonder Tang Zhongyi was so nervous at that time. When she thought of this, her ill feelings towards Tang Zhongyi actually disappeared. Chapter 213. Yang Huiying came to the Tang house at 3 in the afternoon every day, and Ning Zhao's schedule was to take a nap until 2 in the afternoon. After that, she would get up and walk for an hour before going to the piano room to practice. It just so happened that it coincided with Yang Huiying's time to teach Tang Qian, so the two didn't have much time to meet. But one day, Yang Huiying deliberately came to the Tang house an hour early. Gu Xingyin was taking a walk. Tang Zhongyi wasn't at home, and several servants of the Tang family followed behind her. This was an order from the butler. They couldn't let Miss Ning stay alone. Before Yang Huiying could reach Gu Xingyin, she was stopped by a middle-aged woman with a kind face. Yang Huiying looked a little disapproving. This person called Xiao Xiao was clearly just living under someone else's roof. She was even worse than her. What right did she have to put on such airs? But she said with a smile, I had some misunderstandings with Miss Ning before. Today, I'm here to apologize. The servant who had been sternly warned by the butler not to let strangers get close to Miss Ning was polite, but the meaning behind her words was not at all clear. I'm sorry, Mississippi Miss Ning likes to be alone. Yang Huiying tried to persuade her, but she couldn't get close to Ning Zhao. She left angrily. She was interested in Tang Zhongyi, so she moved her thoughts to Ning Zhao. Looking at Tang Zhongyi's appearance that day, it was obvious that he was very concerned about Ning Zhao. If she could get along well with Ning Zhao, Tang Zhongyi's opinion of her would change. Unfortunately, she glared hatefully at the helpers standing not far behind Ning Zhao. These people were really old-fashioned. In the next few days, Yang Huiying didn't give up, but in the end, she helplessly found that Ning Zhao's path didn't work at all. She was too well protected by the Tang family and there was no way to get close to her. But Yang Huiying also confirmed her thoughts. Ning Zhao did have autistic tendencies. She chatted with the servants and even deliberately raised her voice to attract her attention, but it was useless. Ning Zhao had been standing quietly by herself or walking forward. She didn't react to her or the servants at all. Looking at Ning Zhao like this, Yang Huiying only felt a lot better. Look, so what if you have this proud beauty and outstanding talent? Not only that, you've even lost the most basic and most normal ability. But on the other hand, she still felt that it was unfair. Why? For someone like Ning Zhao, even if she was in such a situation, even if she had lost her parents, she could still receive the meticulous care and love of the Tang family. At the very least, she had always been a carefree young lady, unlike herself, who had to work hard for herself and her life at such a young age. On this day, Tang Zhongyi came back from work. Just as he entered the door, he met Yang Huiying. He looked straight ahead and was about to leave when he heard Yang Huiying shout behind him, "Mr. Tang." Tang Zhongyi turned his head. What was this woman trying to do? Yang Huiying glanced at Tang Zhongyi. She felt that after not seeing him for a few days, this man seemed to be even more charming. She felt that her face was a little hot and said shyly in a low voice, "Last time I quarreled with Miss Ning Zhao, it was my fault. I didn't know she had that kind of illness." "Shut up." Tang Zhongyi frowned and looked at her sternly. "Who told you that Zhao Zhao is sick? She just doesn't like to talk." Yang Huiying was caught off guard by his reprimand. She felt wronged and suppressed her anger. "Anyway, it's my fault. I'm here to apologize to you." Tang Zhongyi didn't comment. "There's no need to apologize. I still say what I said before. It's best if you don't appear in front of Zhao Zhao again." Chapter 214. Yang Huiying helplessly watched Tang Zhongyi leave without looking back. She only felt wronged in her heart. She was considered a beauty, and there was no lack of people pursuing her. How could she lower herself to apologize? Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also spoke so coldly. But, thinking of Tang Zhongyi's face, Yang Huiying could not blame him. She could only transfer her anger to Ning Zhao. It was all this woman's fault. If it were not for her, she would not have left such a bad first impression on Tang Zhongyi. Gu Xingyin was playing the last song when she was suddenly reminded by the system, target Yang Huiying's hatred towards the host has increased to 30%. Gu Xingyin's fingers pressed the last key, and the melodious music stopped. Why? She was puzzled. Even if they had a conflict before, Yang Huiying's hatred towards her was only 10%. How could it suddenly increase by 20 points? The system flashed for a while and replied, "The system has detected that Yang Huiying's main emotional direction is jealousy and anger." Jealousy of Gu Xingyin was understandable, but anger? She suddenly thought of something. Is Yang Huiying attracted to Tang Zhongyi? The system said, when Yang Huiying met Tang Zhongyi, she had abnormal heart rate, a small rise in body temperature, and an increase in brain wave activity. After testing, it is consistent with the possibility of attraction in humans. Gu Xingyin knew what this anger situation was. Thinking about it carefully, she was not wrong to take the blame. "Zhao Zhao." Tang Zhongyi walked over. Gu Xingyin smiled at him for the first time. Tang Zhongyi was surprised and happy. Did this mean that Zhao Zhao was closer to him? He was happy and tentatively held Gu Xingyin's hand. He was happy to find that her hand slightly retracted, but did not take it back. Although Gu Xingyin's smile only appeared for a short moment, it was enough for Tang Zhongyi to be happy. He held Gu Xingyin's hand all the way back. In the evening, Tang Zhongyi wiped Gu Xingyin's hair as usual. After Gu Xingyin lay on the bed, Tang Zhongyi gently gave her a goodnight kiss and slowly retreated. On the other hand, Yang Huiying didn't give up. She bumped into Tang Zhongyi several times in an attempt to attract her attention. However, other than impatience, Tang Zhongyi did not have any other emotions towards this woman. Unfortunately, Yang Huiying saw several times that Tang Zhongyi, who looked at her coldly, carefully held Ning Zhao's hand. The two people's fingers were interlocked as they slowly walked in the garden. Occasionally, Ning Zhao would sit in the transparent piano room and talk about the piano, while Tang Zhongyi quietly looked at her from the side. The tenderness in his eyes could not be melted. In this way, Gu Xingyin did nothing but watch as Yang Huiying's hatred towards him grew higher and higher. Yang Huiying came out of Tang Qian's room. She should have walked in the direction of the door, but for some reason, she turned and walked towards a familiar place. Sure enough, she heard a familiar piano sound. As soon as she walked to the door of the piano room, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly, and then the person playing the piano stood up. She stood aside and watched Ning Zhao come out. It wasn't the first time she saw Ning Zhao, but every time she saw her, she was amazed by this girl's appearance. The warm sunset quietly sprinkled on Ning Zhao's white skirt, coating her with a layer of warm halo. Looking at Ning Zhao like this, Yang Huiying thought of a poem. She walked in the sunlight, with the fragrance of the wind and plants. Whose eyes were stunned. Even she couldn't help but be absent-minded when looking at such a person, let alone a man like Tang Zhongyi. Chapter 215. Yang Huiying dodged to one side. She watched Ning Zhao slowly walk towards her side. Then, the servant of the Tang family behind her seemed to have something to do. He looked around and found that there was no one around. Suddenly, he left in another direction. Only Ning Zhao was left in such a big garden. Of course, there was also Yang Huiying hiding in the dark. Looking at Ning Zhao, who seemed to know nothing, Yang Huiying's heart suddenly flashed with a vicious idea. She knew that autistic people couldn't be stimulated, otherwise, it was very likely to have serious consequences. This was probably the reason why the Tang family hadn't told Ning Zhao about her parents until now. Now there was no one around. If she told her that her parents had died, what would happen to this girl? Yang Huiying's heart flashed with this idea, as if it had taken root and couldn't be pulled out. On the one hand, she despised herself, but more importantly, she was secretly excited. She wanted to destroy this girl. In this way, Tang Zhongyi would look at others, right? Just as Yang Huiying's thoughts were turning, the servant of the Tang family who had just left had come back. She hid in the dark and watched them slowly walk away and disappear at the end of the road. She had to think about this matter carefully. She couldn't put herself in it. Gu Xingyin was sitting alone in the room when Tang Zhongyi pushed the door in. "Xiao Xiao!" he shouted. Gu Xingyin slowly turned her head to look at him. Tang Zhongyi was very happy. His Xiao Xiao had now slowly accepted his existence. When he called her, she would turn her head and sometimes even smile at him. This was a unique honor in the Tang family. Xiao Xiao could only occasionally get a look from the 5-year-old Tang Qian to others. He took out a big thing from behind him. Gu Xingyin was surprised to find that the clothes worn by the rabbit who was as tall as her, the headband on her head, and even the shoes on her feet were exactly the same as her own. Obviously, Tang Zhongyi had specially asked someone to make it. Tang Zhongyi looked at his girl with her peach blossom eyes wide open. Her eyes were full of rare curiosity. She even reached out and tried to touch it. Sure enough, it was effective. Tang Zhongyi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Her name is Xiao Xiao. She will sleep in the same room as Xiao Xiao in the future. Tang Zhongyi saw that Ning Zhao really liked her and handed her over. Gu Xingyin struggled to hold the doll that was thicker than her, but her eyes were full of joy. Seeing her like this, Tang Zhongyi was also very happy. He had been in contact with the specialist in charge of Ning Zhao. The specialist said that Ning Zhao's condition had been very stable, and now it was continuing to improve. If this continued for a long time, one day, he would be able to return to the level where he could communicate normally. Gu Xingyin was also trying her best to cooperate with the specialist's treatment. She didn't want to be a silent shell for the rest of her life. It was just that she couldn't return to being so conspicuous all of a sudden. Tang Zhongyi's surprise was yet to come. As usual, he gave Ning Zhao a good-night kiss and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, his sleeve was gently pulled. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the person on the bed in disbelief. Then, the girl who originally had her eyes closed slowly opened them, straightened up, and imitated him by gently kissing his forehead. Then she looked up at him, her eyes full of smiles. Chapter 216. Tang Zhongyi was almost stunned by this huge surprise. It was like a person painstakingly cultivating a seedling, hoping that one day it would blossom into a flower, but when he woke up, he found that the yard was full of flowers. His burning gaze locked onto Gu Xingyin, and his voice even trembled a little. Xiao Xiao. Gu Xingyin actually wanted to respond to him, but the system kept reminding the host not to be too aggressive with the bad guy setting. So she could only look at him with a smile. Although she didn't say anything, Tang Zhongyi was satisfied. He reached out and held Gu Xingyin's hand, then kissed it. Have a good rest, good night. Gu Xingyin had a good night's sleep, but Tang Zhongyi was so excited that he almost didn't sleep at all. The next day, the Tang family noticed that Ning Zhao had changed. When people put food in her bowl during meals, she would no longer ignore them. Father and Mother Tang would sometimes call her, and she would respond. Tang Qian was the happiest because Auntie Zhao Zhao smiled at him. Auntie Zhao Zhao looked so beautiful when she smiled, and Tang Qian was intoxicated. Father and Mother Tang were also very happy. Mother Tang thought of her friend who had passed away and her eyes turned red. Seeing Zhao Zhao like this, I'm relieved. This child is getting better. If Suchi saw this, I don't know how happy she would be. Suchi was Ning Zhao's mother's name. Father Tang thought more. He always felt that his second son treated Ning Zhao differently. Have you noticed that our Zhongyi seems to be paying too much attention to Zhao Zhao? When he said this, Mother Tang also reacted. Wasn't that right? Although Tang Zhongyi didn't have much of a nightlife, he usually went home late or didn't go home at all. Ever since Ning Zhao came to the Tang family, he came home on time almost every day. As long as he was free, he would accompany Ning Zhao. She heard from the servants that the second young master didn't let others dry his hair. And Ning Zhao was also very close to him. Thinking of this, Mother Tang didn't feel good. Zhao Zhao isn't even an adult yet. This brat, I'm going to ask him. She had a straightforward personality. As soon as Tang Zhongyi came home, he was notified that his wife was looking for him. Mom, what's the matter? He took off his suit jacket. Mrs. Tang looked at her son with pride, then remembered what happened during the day. She didn't keep him in suspense and directly asked, Zhongyi, let me ask you, what do you think of Zhao Zhao? After all, they were family members who had lived together for more than 20 years. Tang Zhongyi only needed to think for a moment before he understood what his mother meant. She probably realized that something was wrong. Mom, I won't hide it either. He stood up and looked directly at his mother. I like Zhao Zhao. When she's an adult, I'll be her lover. When she's 20, I'll be her husband. You. Mrs. Tang didn't know what to say to her son's self-righteous attitude. Zhao Zhao is only 16 years old, Mrs. Tang said after holding back for a while. Our relationship has been nurtured since we were young. It's just right. Tang Zhongyi said calmly. Zhao Zhao doesn't know anything. What if she doesn't like you in the future? What if she falls in love with someone else? Mrs. Tang could hear the certainty in her son's voice, which made her even more worried. Tang Zhongyi's expression did not change. There is no such possibility. She will only like me and can only like me. Chapter 217. Xiao Qian, what are you doing? As soon as Yang Huiying arrived at Tang Qian's room, she saw him holding a white furry rabbit in his hand. Xiao Qian, do you like rabbits? She asked with a smile. Tang Qian shook his head. I'm a man. I don't like this kind of thing. But Auntie Zhao Zhao likes it. Tang Qian's dark eyes rolled twice. Uncle gave Auntie Zhao Zhao a big white rabbit. Auntie Zhao Zhao likes it very much. I also used my pocket money to buy a little rabbit. After I change it into the same clothes as Auntie Xiao Xiao, I'll give it to her. Yang Huiying's smile faded. Ning Zhao again. Why did everyone like her and want to please her? She said casually, didn't you say that your Auntie Xiao Xiao ignored people? If you give it to her, she probably won't know. Tang Qian immediately retorted, no way. Recently, Auntie Xiao Xiao will smile at me. Yang Huiying was shocked. Wasn't Ning Zhao autistic? How come she was already better? She was a little absent-minded the whole afternoon. When she taught Tang Qian, she even played a few wrong notes. Tang Qian shook his head and imitated the tone of a kindergarten teacher, saying that she wasn't serious. After 5:00, Yang Huiying walked towards Ning Zhao's piano room. She watched Ning Zhao walk over from afar and found that she was still the same as before. Tang Qian's condition was probably just rare. It was very likely that Ning Zhao was recovering. Yang Huiying only felt the sense of crisis in her heart getting heavier and heavier. Ning Zhao's appearance could make Tang Zhongyi focus all his attention on her. If she improved in the future, doesn't that mean I don't even have the slightest bit of chance? The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. The thoughts that had been in her mind became clearer. In the next few days, Yang Huiying had been secretly observing Ning Zhao's movements. She found that every time Ning Zhao came out to play the piano, someone would follow her. Sometimes, Tang Zhongyi would also accompany her personally. The Tang family's servants never left, so there was definitely no chance outside. Finally, one day, Yang Huiying waited for an opportunity. Gu Xingyin played the piano as usual and returned to her room accompanied by the Tang family's servants. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter her room, so those people only sent her to the door and left. Tang Zhongyi hadn't come back from work today. Yang Huiying stood behind a pillar in the hallway. Ning Zhao's room was far away from the masters of the Tang family. Because she couldn't be disturbed, Ning Zhao was the only one living in this area. Usually, the servants of the Tang family were warned by the owner of the villa not to come here easily. Therefore, it was very quiet here. There was no one here. Yang Huiying hesitated for a while and finally decided to push the door open and go in. Gu Xingyin sensed that someone had entered and turned around. When she saw Yang Huiying, she was a little surprised. Why did she come here? Looking at the girl in front of her who was panicking like a deer, the malice in Yang Huiying's heart grew. Are you Ning Zhao? She slowly approached Ning Zhao who was sitting on the chair. This distance already made Ning Zhao feel unsafe, but she didn't stop. Yang Huiying listened to her own malicious tone. Do you miss your parents? Seeing that the girl was attracted by her words, she sneered, you want to see them, don't you? But let me tell you, you will never see them again. They are dead. Chapter 218. Ning Zhao didn't seem to understand her words and looked at her in a daze. Yang Huiying was afraid that she didn't understand, so she deliberately said, it means that I will never appear in front of you again and disappear. Seeing the girl's face suddenly turn pale, a twisted pleasure rose in her heart. She was afraid that she would be discovered if she stayed any longer, so she quickly left the place. Tang Zhongyi was in a good mood today. He specially went to a famous cake shop in the city to customize a rabbit-shaped cake. Thinking of Zhao Zhao's sparkling eyes when she saw the cake later, he felt comfortable all over. When he got home, dinner hadn't started yet. Ning Zhao should be in the room at this time. He opened the door of Ning Zhao's room. Zhao Zhao, I brought you something good. Before his voice fell, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink in fright, and the cake fell to the ground with a clang. The room, which had always been clean and spotless, looked like it had been ransacked at this moment, and all kinds of things were broken. However, Tang Zhongyi didn't notice this at all. His girl was standing barefoot in the room at the moment, and in front of her was a broken full-length mirror. Her white jade-like feet were stepping on the fragments. Blood dripped. Tang Zhongyi only felt that the fragments didn't stab Zhao Zhao's feet, but his heart. He quickly walked over. What's wrong, Zhao Zhao? He wanted to pick her up. However, Ning Zhao, who was usually docile and quiet, seemed to be crazy at this moment and rejected his approach. She stepped back step by step and stepped on the broken mirrors. She seemed to feel no pain, but Tang Zhongyi, who witnessed this scene, was furious. He didn't care about her struggles and picked her up. He couldn't let her hurt herself like this anymore. Ning Zhao struggled hard in Tang Zhongyi's arms and screamed in pain. Tang Zhongyi carried Ning Zhao downstairs, and all the people passing by were shocked by Ning Zhao's situation. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Tang rushed over and saw Ning Zhao's feet. She asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Zhao Zhao?" Tang Zhongyi shook his head. Ning Zhao's situation had always been stable, and he didn't know why it suddenly became like this. At this moment, Ning Zhao, who was in his arms, suddenly started sobbing softly. Her sobs were mixed with intermittent, "Daddy, Mommy." Everyone present heard it clearly, and they all fell silent at the same time. Tang Zhongyi glanced at the people in the room and walked out with Ning Zhao in his arms. "I'll take Zhao Zhao to the hospital first, and then I'll come back to settle this." Who told Zhao Zhao about this? Because Ning Zhao refused to cooperate, Tang Zhongyi could only bring a chauffeur from home and hugged her without letting go. "Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao." He kept whispering in her ear and kissing her on the forehead. "I'm here, I'm Tang Zhongyi, I'm here." Ning Zhao ignored him completely. She stopped struggling and just cried by herself, occasionally calling out for her parents. When they arrived at the hospital, they sent Ning Zhao to the ward. Because the patient refused to cooperate, the doctor could only give Ning Zhao a sedative. Tang Zhongyi had been guarding by her side the entire time. He stared at her face that had become obedient because of her deep sleep, but the hostility in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Who was it? He told Zhao Zhao about this matter. Chapter 219. Didn't I tell you that Ning Zhao can't take too much stimulation? Why did you let her be like this? The expert in charge of Ning Zhao's condition was an old man with a white beard. Ever since Ning Zhao was very young, the Ning couple had visited him. It could be said that he watched Ning Zhao grow up. In terms of affection, it was not much worse than his own granddaughter. He received a call from Tang Zhongyi and rushed over as soon as possible. "It's our negligence. Ning Zhao seems to know about the death of her parents and is very emotional," Tang Zhongyi whispered. "Mr. Zhang, what should we do?" Tang Zhongyi asked. Mr. Zhang sighed. "Let's wait and see what happens when Ning Zhao wakes up." Gu Xingyin didn't actually faint. She was communicating with the system. "System, what do you think I should do when I wake up?" Gu Xingyin asked. "There is relevant information in the host's mind. Everything is possible. The host can randomly choose a situation. The system couldn't make up its mind. Fortunately, you can block perception. Otherwise..." Gu Xingyin remembered the feeling of her feet stepping on broken glass. Although she wasn't afraid of pain, no one would like it. After Yang Huiying left with the news of Ning Zhao's parents' death, Gu Xingyin was still struggling for a while about how to behave. Later, she decided to go with the flow. Ning Zhao had to know about the death of her parents. Being autistic didn't mean that she was stupid. Ning Zhao would be suspicious one day if she didn't see her parents for a long time. Since this day would come sooner or later, it was better to follow Yang Huiying's wishes and trap her. Ning Zhao was in a coma for more than 30 hours. When she woke up, it was already the morning of the third day. Tang Zhongyi noticed that the person on the bed moved. He almost held his breath as he looked at her. He watched Zhao Zhao's long and thick eyelashes flutter twice. Then, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of dark and clear eyes. Unexpectedly, it was quiet. Tang Zhongyi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that when Ning Zhao woke up, she would still be as crazy as before. He was really scared. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Ning Zhao, who had woken up, was just staring blankly at the ceiling above his head. There was no other reaction at all. Suddenly, a wave of panic surged in his heart. He forced a smile and called out, "Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao." However, the person on the bed didn't even look at her. It was clearly a warm and pleasant day, but Tang Zhongyi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was cold from the inside out. He called old Mr. Zhang over with a trembling voice. When Mr. Zhang heard about Ning Zhao's situation, his face turned a little gloomy. After he came to see the situation in person, he sighed secretly. "What do you think?" Tang Zhongyi looked at Mr. Zhang expectantly. Old Mr. Zhang shook his head. "Zhao Zhao has been too stimulated. She has subconsciously rejected everyone. She has closed her heart." Tang Zhongyi only felt that it was so difficult to speak. Then, in this situation, is there any way? Old Mr. Zhang pondered for a long time. In general, in such a situation, there are very few things that experts like us can help. It's best to have someone she trusts to communicate with her every day and guide her patiently until one day, she is willing to open her heart. Chapter 220. Tang Zhongyi was silent as he sent away Mr. Zhang, who shook his head and sighed. He carried Ning Zhao, who was like a puppet, out of the hospital. Back home, the Tang family was waiting for news. They all had their own things to do, so it was impossible for them to stay overnight like Tang Zhongyi. Mrs. Tang was the first to greet him. "How is Xiao Xiao?" She looked at Ning Zhao quietly staying in Tang Zhongyi's arms and breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at her son's expression, it didn't look like he was fine. Tang Zhongyi didn't speak, but the Tang family quickly noticed Ning Zhao's strangeness. She didn't react to the outside world at all. This was different from when she first arrived. At that time, Ning Zhao didn't speak and didn't pay much attention to others. But she had her own routine and knew what to do on time every day. When she saw something she liked, such as a piano or flowers and plants, she would be happy. But now, Ning Zhao even needed Tang Zhongyi to personally bring a spoon to her mouth for her to eat. Only then would she know to open her mouth and eat. This. Mrs. Tang turned around and started to cry secretly. The eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Zhongqing, said in a deep voice, "I've already asked all the servants in the house. They didn't mention anything about her parents in front of Xiao Xiao." Tang Zhongyi said coldly, "Then how did Xiao Xiao know? Could it be that Uncle Ning and the others came in a dream?" Tang Zhongqing was also puzzled. He had someone check the whereabouts of everyone from 5 to 7 in the afternoon 2 days ago and found that everyone had a record. No one went to Ning Zhao's room. "I'll take Xiao Xiao back to her room first." Seeing that Ning Zhao was almost done eating, Tang Zhongyi got up and took Ning Zhao's hand. "Hey, Xiao Xiao, I'll ask Mrs. Lin to help you wash up later." Mrs. Tang thought of something and said, "No need, I'll do it." Tang Zhongyi said in a deep voice. "This." Mrs. Tang. Mr. Tang frowned. "Ridiculous, Tang Zhongyi, do you know what you're saying?" Tang Zhongyi looked at Ning Zhao gently. "I can't trust Xiao Xiao with anyone anymore." The members of the Tang family watched in shock as Tang Zhongyi led Ning Zhao away. "Tang Zhongyi, he." Tang Zhongqing was dumbfounded. Mother Tang, on the other hand, suddenly felt relieved. "Forget it, let him be. That brat told me a long time ago that he only recognizes Xiao Xiao in this lifetime." "He said something like that to you?" Father Tang glared at her. "You didn't even tell me." However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was also fine. With Xiao Xiao's appearance, if she were to marry into another family in the future, they wouldn't feel at ease. Their own 2 sons, in terms of character, could still be at ease. A family like the Tang family didn't need a daughter-in-law of high status to keep up appearances. Since Zhong Yi was willing, then let him be. Tang Zhongyi brought Gu Xingyin to the room and let her sit on the bed alone. "Wait for me, I'll run the bath for you." He didn't make a move just because Gu Xingyin didn't react. Every time he did something, he would inform Gu Xingyin, as if the two of them were having a normal conversation. He prepared the hot water and dripped the essential oil. Then, he pulled Gu Xingyin into the bathroom and prepared to take off her clothes. From the looks of it, he was going to give her a bath directly. Gu Xingyin, who appeared to be in a daze but was already cursing like crazy on the inside, was speechless. Although they had been husband and wife for a long time, it was still shameful for her to personally help him bathe. Chapter 221. Fortunately, it was impossible for Tang Zhongyi to have any thoughts about a patient, and Gu Xingyin's acting skills had reached the point of perfection. The two of them finished everything in silence. "Good night, Zhao Zhao." Tang Zhongyi gently kissed Ning Zhao's forehead. Looking at Ning Zhao's motionless appearance, he only felt a sting in his heart. His Zhao Zhao would no longer look at him with a smile, pull his sleeve and give him a good-night kiss. Tang Zhongyi lay beside Ning Zhao and saw that Ning Zhao had no reaction to him lying in bed. Seeing her close her eyes, Tang Zhongyi turned off the light and opened his eyes in the darkness for a long time. Contrary to him, there were familiar people and familiar breaths around her. Gu Xingyin soon fell asleep. In the following days, Tang Zhongyi put aside the company's affairs and accompanied Gu Xingyin wholeheartedly. Every day, he took care of everything for her, pushed her in a wheelchair for a walk, and even took her to the piano room. "Zhao Zhao, don't you like to play the piano? Play a song for me, okay?" He coaxed her softly. Gu Xingyin sat in front of the piano. She looked at the familiar things in front of her, and her eyes seemed to turn slightly. Tang Zhongyi was ecstatic. He didn't dare to disturb her. He could only hope that the piano could make her come out. Gu Xingyin reached out and placed his hand on the piano keys. However, she only played a few notes messily before she stopped moving. Tang Zhongyi was very disappointed, but there was only a gentle smile on his face. He wanted Ning Zhao to try again, but found that Ning Zhao seemed to be a little resistant, so he could only give up for the time being. On the way back, the two met Yang Huiying. Yang Huiying had done such a thing, so she hadn't dared to ask about Ning Zhao's recent situation these days. But she clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Tang family was very dull these days. She guessed that something must have happened to Ning Zhao. She didn't dare to face Ning Zhao, so she walked around the piano room every day. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhongyi pushed Ning Zhao around the entire Tang family's mansion today. Seeing Ning Zhao sitting in a wheelchair and seemingly unaffected, she was still surprised. Tang Zhongyi didn't like this woman from the bottom of his heart. He originally planned to pretend that he didn't see her and directly leave with Zhao Zhao. But unexpectedly, Ning Zhao, who had been quiet as if she didn't exist, suddenly became agitated the moment she saw Yang Huiying. She glared angrily at Yang Huiying, and her mouth kept calling out for her parents. Yang Huiying only felt that the other party's eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred, nailing her to the ground and making her unable to move. Tang Zhongyi was shocked by this scene. It wasn't until Ning Zhao seemed to want to stand up by herself that he realized that her foot was still injured. He bent down to comfort the agitated Ning Zhao and shot a sharp gaze at Yang Huiying. Yang Huiying felt a chill run down her spine, but Tang Zhongyi didn't say anything. Instead, he covered Ning Zhao's eyes and brought her back to the room. Yang Huiying heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that Tang Zhongyi was going to do something to her. However, she had underestimated the situation. The next day, when she came to Tang Qian's room, there was only one person in the room. Mr. Tang. She looked at the man she missed. She was a little happy, but there was also some uneasiness in her heart. Tang Zhongyi turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. "Miss Yang, can you explain what you did to Zhao Zhao 4 days ago in the afternoon?" Chapter 222. Yang Huiying was a little flustered. "No one knows what you've done." She comforted herself. She looked at Tang Zhongyi in confusion. "What 4 days ago? What happened?" Tang Zhongyi hated her face. "Not many people know about Zhao Zhao's parents. We checked one by one, and you're the only one." He stared at Yang Huiying. "Shao Qian told me that he told you about it, and you had an agreement that no one was allowed to say anything about it." Yang Huiying forced herself to calm down. I know something about Miss Ning Zhao, but Mr. Tang, didn't you not let me get close to Miss Ning? Everyone in the Tang villa knows that I, Yang Huiying, have to take a detour when I see Miss Ning. Tang Zhongyi looked at her. Then how do you explain Zhao Zhao's reaction when she saw you? Yang Huiying defended herself. How would I know? You have to ask Miss Ning about this. Maybe I had an unpleasant encounter with her before, so she instinctively didn't like me. Tang Zhongyi looked at her silently for a while. Since Xiao Zhao doesn't like you, you don't have to come to the Tang family in the future. It's best not to let me know that you really have something to do with this matter. Yang Huiying was not convinced. Why? You fired me for no reason. Tang Zhongyi had already slammed the door and left. The Tang family's housekeeper handed an envelope to Yang Huiying. I'm sorry, Miss Yang, the Tang family has been busy recently, and the young master's upbringing. Yang Huiying snatched the envelope from the housekeeper's hand. Don't make excuses. Isn't it just not coming? This girl doesn't care. Tang Zhongyi stood in front of the window and watched Yang Huiying's figure disappear from the Tang family. His eyes were deep. Do you think that if you don't admit it, I can't do anything? Yang Huiying's recent days were quite difficult. Although her talent in the music academy was not top-notch, it was still above average. However, there were various activities in the academy recently, and the tutors seemed to have completely ignored her and didn't take her out at all. For students like her, the most important thing during school was to be taken out by their tutors to see the world. At the same time, it was an opportunity to show themselves. If a large orchestra took a fancy to them, it was also a good way out. Especially for people like Yang Huiying, who had an ordinary family background and could only rely on herself. If the tutors didn't take her out, it could be imagined that she wouldn't have any chance to stand out until graduation. She lost her cool and went to look for her tutor. The reply he received was very perfunctory. I think your foundation is still not very solid. If you have the time to think about this, why don't you spend more time strengthening your foundation? Yang Huiying wanted to curse. Foundation? His foundation was not solid. If his foundation wasn't solid, how could he have been admitted to this nationally renowned music academy? However, she didn't dare to do so. To these students, the teachers were existences that held the power of life and death in their hands. No matter how disgusted he was, he still had to put on a smile on his face. Coldly watching Yang Huiying walk out, her teacher shook his head. Who knew how this female student had offended the Tang family? He couldn't protect her. Zhao Zhao, isn't it beautiful here? Tang Zhongyi and Ning Zhao were lying on a beach. The expert said that it was best to take Ning Zhao out for a walk more often. In the past 6 months, Tang Zhongyi had taken her to travel around. Of course, he chose places with beautiful environments and few people. For example, right now, the two of them were on a private beach belonging to the Tang family. Chapter 223. Tang Zhongyi's efforts were not in vain. At least for half a year, Ning Zhao was no longer completely ignoring people. When he opened his mouth to ask a question, Ning Zhao would look at him, then lower her head and remain silent. Although he didn't get a response, Tang Zhongyi was very satisfied. Compared to before, it was a lot better, wasn't it? Gu Xingyin was also waiting. She could only let Ning Zhao recover slowly. The slower Ning Zhao recovered, the deeper Tang Zhongyi's dislike for Yang Huiying, and Yang Huiying's life would be more difficult. It's just that this man was wronged. Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart. Then speed up the progress a little. Ning Zhao's situation improved by leaps and bounds after the end of the trip. She seemed to have returned to the way she was when she first came to the Tang family. She could take care of herself, dress up her little rabbit, and pick out her favorite clothes from a pile of clothes in the wardrobe. On the first day they returned to the Tang family, Ning Zhao smiled at the Tang family who welcomed them back. Tang Zhongyi's hands were trembling slightly. The next day, Ning Zhao even took the initiative to ask to go to the piano room to practice. When the melodious music sounded again, Tang Zhongyi felt that he seemed to hear the sound of flowers blooming in the depths of his heart. Everything was getting better. Ning Zhao could live independently, but because of the previous lesson, Tang Zhongyi didn't dare to let her sleep alone in the room, so as before, the two still slept in the same bedroom. In the past 6 months, the Tang family had also fully seen Tang Zhongyi's deep affection for Ning Zhao. They had nothing to say about it. They could only wish the two of them that there would be no more twists and turns in the future. Good night, Zhao Zhao. Tang Zhongyi routinely kissed Ning Zhao's forehead. Ning Zhao's closed eyes suddenly opened. She raised her body and kissed Tang Zhongyi's forehead gently. Good night. Her voice was very small, so small that it almost made people think it was an illusion. But Tang Zhongyi still heard it, and for a moment, he almost had an impulse to cry. Zhao Zhao, you just said good night to me. He was afraid that he was dreaming. But the little girl seemed to be shy. She turned around, facing him, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Tang Zhongyi was left standing there, laughing foolishly for a while. In the end, he raised his hand and gently hugged the person in front of him. The person in his arms moved, but did not break free. Tang Zhongyi hugged his baby in his arms as if he was hugging the whole world. The figures of the two fit together firmly, as if they were born to be together like this. Tang Zhongyi had never been so satisfied. The next day, Gu Xingyin woke up in the arms of her lover. As soon as she opened her eyes, Tang Zhongyi, who had been looking at her, made a sound. Good morning, Zhao Zhao. He saw that his little girl's eyes were still a little dazed. Her long, curly eyelashes fluttered a few times before she finally opened them completely, revealing a pair of dark, clear eyes looking at him. Good morning, Gu Xingyin replied out of habit. Then, he suddenly realized something. Oh no! This was Ning Zhao's body. Tang Zhongyi only felt that today was extraordinarily beautiful. This was the happiest morning greeting he had ever received in his life. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment. Fortunately, there was the previous situation as a foreshadowing, and her situation was not too abrupt. The two people finished washing and came to the table. Since they had recovered a lot, Gu Xingyin was not stingy to give them another surprise. So, the masters of the Tang family looked at the girl in the white dress with a smile and said, "Good morning," to them. Chapter 224. Mrs. Tang almost dropped her chopsticks. Zhao Zhao, she was surprised and happy. She looked at her son standing next to Gu Xingyin. At the moment, he was focused on Ning Zhao. That was great. She raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her son finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The Tang family was happy and harmonious, but young Huiying's life had been difficult. She was going to graduate next year. She watched her classmates go to concerts one by one. Many of them who were not as good as her started to sign contracts with bands, but she had no place at all. She couldn't get through to the mentors, so she started to recommend herself. But she didn't like low-level bands, and they didn't like her either. Yang Huiying was so worried that her hair turned white. Also, after graduation next year, every graduate had to submit their own work. The school would choose the best work to be performed at the graduation ceremony. Yang Huiying's music school was one of the best in Z country. Many international musicians and bands would be invited to the graduation ceremony. Students who could get on the stage of the graduation ceremony often had a bright future. But for herself, Yang Huiying looked at the white paper under her hand. She grabbed it into a ball and threw it into the wastepaper basket beside her. She had to start preparing for her graduation work now, but she was so distracted now. How could she make any good work? Huiying, I'm going to be an intern at Shihai Band. Have you found a place? It was Xiao Lin, her roommate. Xiao Lin and Yang Huiying had always been on bad terms. This time, she was obviously mocking her. Yang Huiying was the only one of the 4 people in the dorm who was still running around. Yang Huiying put on a fake smile and said, "No, a few small bands came to me, but I rejected them. I'm not in a hurry. It was obvious that she couldn't find a good band, but she still put on such airs. Xiao Lin sneered. She finished the last stroke of her eyebrow, picked up her bag and went out. Yang Huiying was left alone in the dorm. She grabbed her hair in annoyance and buried her head deep in her arms. In the end, she still found a small band that wasn't famous. She had no choice, she couldn't always stay in the academy. This way, she could be closer to the audience and gain more knowledge. She comforted herself. The small band didn't have any rules and didn't have any fixed performances. Often, they wouldn't have a chance to perform for a few days or even half a month. Sometimes, when business was good, they wouldn't rest for a few days. Yang Huiying was about to go crazy. She was tired to death every day. When she returned home at night, how could she still have the mood to compose? However, it was rare for a student from a famous school to appear in the orchestra. The conductor was very proud of her and would let her perform every time. Yang Huiying felt like a monkey in a circus. She regretted her blindness more than once. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have joined such a small band, even if she had to work in a big band. However, the contract had already been signed. No matter how much she disliked it, she had to endure it. Every day, the sound of the piano coming out of the Tang family's mansion became lighter and lighter. Ning Zhao's condition was also recovering at an extremely fast speed. She was now able to communicate with people normally, but she still knew how to read people. Moreover, she became Tang Qian's newest piano teacher. Although most of the time, she was the one playing the piano while Tang Qian blinked and listened. When Mr. Zhang came to the Tang family and saw Gu Xingyin, he was surprised and said that it was a miracle. Chapter 225. Auntie Zhao Zhao, this is for you. Tang Qian was holding a bunch of lilies that he had just picked from the garden. Gu Xingyin bent down to take it and smiled at Tang Qian. She still didn't like to talk and wouldn't talk to strangers. But she was already very close to the Tang family and would even act coquettishly sometimes. Tang Qian's mother once returned home from a trip and Gu Xingyin even went up to her and gave her a hug. Tang Qian's mother heard the girl's soft voice call her mother. She agreed with tears in her eyes. She was very happy to be Ning Zhao's mother. In the afternoon, it was time for Ning Zhao to practice the piano. Tang Qian sat by the side and listened to Auntie Zhao Zhao play the piano. He didn't really understand complicated things. He only thought that Auntie Zhao Zhao played the piano very well and looked very good when she played. Little Tang Qian always remembered what his little uncle said to him. Little Qian, when uncle isn't around, you have to spend more time with Auntie Zhao Zhao. She likes you the most. Auntie Zhao Zhao liked him the most. Tang Qian blushed at the thought. Auntie Zhao Zhao was prettier than the prettiest teacher in the kindergarten. He saw that Auntie Zhao Zhao often lowered her head and wrote something on a piece of paper. Tang Qian curiously walked over and found that it was full of dense notes that he couldn't understand at all. Auntie Zhao Zhao, what are you writing? Gu Xingyin's face showed a slightly shy smile. She blinked at Tang Qian and shook her head without saying anything. This was a song that Ning Zhao made in the original plot. Gu Xingyin slightly modified it. This song would be Gu Xingyin's surprise for her lover and also a choice for Yang Huiying. She would give Yang Huiying a chance. Her choice would also determine her future. The peaceful and beautiful days passed quickly. When Tang Qian was finally 6 years old and could enter primary school, Ning Zhao was also about to become an adult. And Yang Huiying was about to graduate. However, her graduation design was still not settled. Yang Huiying was alone in the small rented house outside. She was so worried that her hair was about to fall off. The boring performances of the small band day after day killed her inspiration. In her current state, if she submitted a design, it would be a problem for her to graduate successfully. How could she accept this? She was so hungry that she grabbed her purse in frustration and walked towards the mall. Tang Zhongyi brought Ning Zhao and Tang Qian out of the door. The current Ning Zhao was no different from an ordinary person just by looking at her appearance. She gradually stopped rejecting crowded places. Tang Zhongyi was ecstatic and would intentionally take her out. Today, she went out to buy something for Tang Qian. He was about to start school, and Tang Zhongqing's company was very busy. Tang Zhongyi happened to be off today, so he took him and Gu Xingyin out. I want Transformers, I want Spider-Man. Tang Qian walked as he calculated what he wanted to buy. He didn't forget to hold Gu Xingyin tightly with one hand, because his uncle had seriously told him that he was a man. Auntie Zhao Zhao was a little shy, so he had to protect her. Tang Zhongyi could not help but laugh. Little Qian, you're going to school, not opening a toy store. Tang Qian stuck out his tongue. At this moment, Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. The system notified him that Yang Huiying was nearby. Chapter 226. Yang Huiying came to the mall to buy some necessities. She never thought that she would meet an acquaintance here. Tang Zhongyi, the man who had left a mark in her heart for the first time. In the past year, she had been forcing herself not to think about him. She didn't expect to meet him in such a place. There was a girl standing beside her. Gu Xingyin's back was facing her, so Yang Huiying didn't recognize her. She subconsciously thought that Ning Zhao couldn't be here. However, when Tang Qian excitedly pulled Gu Xingyin to say something and she turned around to smile, Yang Huiying saw her clearly. How could it be? Wasn't Ning Zhao autistic? Didn't she not want to be stimulated and couldn't see strangers? Didn't her condition worsen after she told her about her parents' death? Then who was this girl who was smiling so freely in the middle of the bustling crowd? Yang Huiying only felt indignant. She had paid the price of staying away from the Tang family, but Ning Zhao didn't seem to be affected at all. How unfair was this? She felt like a shameless voyeur. She silently followed behind them and watched them enter the luxury stores that she didn't even dare to think about. She watched the three of them being intimate. Knowing that Tang Qian was complaining that he was hungry, they entered a dessert shop. Yang Huiying followed them in and sat next to them. There were 2 large pots of plants in front of the 2 tables. Hello, what would you like to order? The waiter looked at her with a smile. Yang Huiying glanced at them and pointed at one. She didn't know why she wanted to follow them, but there was always an indignant feeling in her heart. It made her look like she was torturing herself to look at the girl she had always been jealous of smiling happily. Gu Xingyin obviously knew that Yang Huiying was sitting behind her. It just so happened that this gave her a chance. She reached out to take out her phone from the small white rabbit bag she carried with her. No one noticed that a white piece of paper floated out and landed under Yang Huiying's table behind her. Don't play with your phone when you're eating. Tang Zhongyi looked at her helplessly and dotingly. Gu Xingyin stuck her tongue out at her and opened the game without hesitation. Anyway, this man was just saying. He couldn't bear to take away her phone and make her unhappy. Only Yang Huiying saw the paper. She glanced at it. It was densely packed. It seemed to be a music score. She calmly picked up the piece of paper and put it into her handbag. Her heart was beating a little fast. Miss, your coffee. The waiter's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. She absent-mindedly stirred the coffee in the cup until Tang Zhongyi and the other 2 finished eating and left. The coffee in the cup was already cold. She couldn't recall the past. Instead, she hurriedly returned to the small house she lived in. She even forgot the purpose of buying things. After locking the door, she carefully took out the piece of paper and read it slowly. The more she looked, the faster her heart beat. She was very sure that this music score wasn't a well-known piece. Moreover, the entire piece was handwritten and there were many traces of modification. There was no doubt that the composer was talented. Yang Huiying had seen Ning Zhao's talent in piano before, and it had fallen out of Ning Zhao's bag. This music score was most likely Ning Zhao's own work. Chapter 227. Yang Huiying walked absent-mindedly. Her contract with the orchestra ended today, and this could be considered her last performance. The location was a bar, and it wasn't too messy inside. After all, a bar that could afford to hire an orchestra was considered a bit high class. It was just that the people inside were all sorts of freaks and monsters. Yang Huiying didn't think that she would be fancied by a drunkard. This girl looks pretty good. The fatty with the oily face looked at Yang Huiying drunkenly and chuckled. He then shouted at the person in charge of the orchestra, "How much for her to accompany me?" The manager of the orchestra had a difficult expression. Some members of their orchestra would occasionally have such services, but Yang Huiying was different. She wasn't an official member of the orchestra, and she was a student of a famous music academy. He said with a smile, "Sir, Miss Yang isn't a member of our orchestra. She's a student of Chingsong Academy. You should know Chingsong Academy." The fatty ignored his words and looked at Yang Huiying with wide eyes. He sneered, "Chingsong Academy? Her? Do you think I'm an idiot? What kind of people are the students of Chingsong Academy? Why would they come to your lousy orchestra to be a piano player? Let me tell you." Yang Huiying only felt that all the customers in the bar were looking at her. This feeling made her feel very ashamed. If she could get everyone's recognition at the graduation ceremony, she wouldn't be like today, bullied by these vulgar people who only had a few bucks, and pointed at as if they were watching a show. Her wavering heart finally made a decision. In the end, under the manager's apologetic smile, the fatty cursed and found another female musician. Yang Huiying didn't think that there would be such a dirty deal. She resisted the feeling of disgust and hurriedly finished playing the song and went home. She took out the white paper from the bottom of the drawer. "Sorry, Ning Zhao. Anyway, you're living a life of luxury in the Tang family. This kind of work is just icing on the cake for you. Moreover, if you can create a work like this, you can naturally create a second one. And right now, I urgently need it to save my life. This is your work." Yang Huiying's teacher looked at her in disbelief. Yang Huiying nodded. "It took me nearly a year to write it out. Teacher, is there a problem with this?" Her tutor read the score over and over again excitedly. After a while, she said to Yang Huiying, No. You're a genius. I haven't seen such an exciting work in years. I will recommend you to perform on stage at the graduation ceremony at the end of the month." He had already made up his mind. With such a talented student, even if Tang Kor wasn't happy with her, he couldn't let her go unnoticed. Yang Huiying walked out of the tutor's office with excitement in her heart. She knew that she was halfway to success. Soon, it was the end of the month. On that day, Yang Huiying put on the clothes she had meticulously prepared, put on the most exquisite makeup, and stood on the stage of Pine Forest Academy. In front of her were countless internationally renowned musicians and first-class orchestras. "Next, I'll be playing my piece, Sunshine." She bowed elegantly and slowly placed her fingers on the piano keys. Chapter 228. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Huiying's lips curled into a smile as thunderous applause sounded. She knew that she had succeeded. Sure enough, not long after she stepped off the stage, someone came to find her. "Hello, Miss Yang. I'm the assistant conductor of the Lemon Tree Orchestra. May I take the liberty to ask if the song just now was composed by you?" The man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes and had a kind smile on his face. Yang Huiying nodded her head reservedly. "I used to be an intern in a small band. During this 1 year, I experienced all kinds of ups and downs. This song, Sunshine, was written based on my experiences during this year." The man frowned slightly, but still nodded. "After experiencing countless setbacks, you still didn't give up. Finally, you found your own sunshine. Miss Yang's song has a good meaning." Yang Huiying maintained her smile. The two chatted casually for a while, and the man gave Yang Huiying a business card before leaving. After the man left, Yang Huiying could not help but reveal a happy expression. The Lemon Tree Orchestra was one of the largest orchestras in the country. The chief conductor was an internationally renowned musician, and the rest of the members were also slightly famous musicians. A band like this wouldn't easily take the initiative to talk to people. Since the other party came to find her, it meant that they had the intention to invite her. She returned to the dormitory in a good mood. Everyone in the dormitory knew that she had stepped onto the big stage of the graduation ceremony and congratulated her. Even Xiao Lin smiled and congratulated her as if the previous grudge between them didn't exist. Congratulations, Huiying. Maybe our dormitory will have a great musician in the future. Yang Huiying glanced at her and said indifferently, I can't compare to you. You signed a contract with the West Sea Orchestra before you graduated. Xiao Lin's smile froze. She knew that Yang Huiying still minded her previous words, so she smiled and left. Yang Huiying sneered. When she was down, she hit her when she was down. Now that she saw that she had made a comeback, she wanted to get close to her. Did she really think that she was easy to bully? The person who contacted Yang Huiying earlier also returned to the orchestra. Elder Feng. He respectfully called out to a thin old man. How is it? The old man called Elder Feng asked. The man said, Miss Yang claimed that the song, Sunshine, was composed by her own hands. She wrote it based on her experience as an intern in a small band a year ago. Elder Feng frowned and said, the first half of the song is full of depression and despair. What happened to her in the band? That's why you don't even have the desire to live. Works were the best way to express one's emotions. A master like Elder Feng could naturally tell what the song was trying to express at a glance. Yang Huiying did not know that people were still discussing her work. In fact, Gu Xingyin did not have time to sign her name. Sunshine was just a name that Yang Huiying came up with based on her own understanding of the song. But she did become popular because of this work. The entire Academy of Music knew that there was a genius in the piano department. At the graduation ceremony, he had created works that were praised by world-class masters. Yang Huiying had received countless invitations, but she had not replied. She was waiting for news from the Lemon Tree Band. Yang Huiying was confident that she, who had created a masterpiece like Sunshine, would not be missed by any band with a good eye. Chapter 229. Gu Xingyin was well aware of these matters. But she was Ning Zhao now, a Ning Zhao who didn't care about the outside world, so she knew nothing about what Yang Huiying was doing. She prepared a big present for Yang Huiying. Ning Zhao's 18th birthday came quickly. The Tang family treated Ning Zhao like their own daughter. 2 years ago, they didn't dare let her see strangers because of her relapse. Now that Ning Zhao was a lot better, Mother Tang decided to hold a big birthday party for her and announce Ning Zhao's existence to the outside world. With the Tang family's influence, they invited 2/3 of the famous people in the capital. Because Ning Zhao loved music, Mother Tang specially spent a lot of money to invite a famous local band to perform. Coincidentally, this band was the Lemon Tree Orchestra. Elder Feng, it's just a junior's birthday party. You don't have to go personally, right? His assistant whispered. Elder Feng shook his head. If I don't go personally, that old man Tang Qingshan will come to my house tomorrow. Tang Qingshan was Father Tang. Elder Feng knew his old friend's temper very well. Father Tang and Mother Tang stood on either side of Ning Zhao and introduced her to the guests. Their behavior made everyone understand that this girl's status in the Tang family wasn't low. Some observant people noticed that although Ning Zhao maintained a smile the whole time, she didn't say much. They even secretly sighed that this girl seemed to be too introverted. When the party was about to start, Gu Xingyin suddenly walked over to the chief pianist of the Lemon Tree Orchestra. Tang Zhongyi naturally followed her. Gu Xingyin glanced at Tang Zhongyi and he immediately understood what she meant. Can I borrow your piano for a while? Tang Zhongyi didn't understand why Zhao Zhao suddenly wanted a piano, but he still asked politely. The chief pianist of the Lemon Tree Orchestra didn't look too good. To be the chief pianist of the Lemon Tree Orchestra, he was a famous figure in the music industry. This was his personal piano. He had spent a lot of money to hire a famous master to make it, and he didn't let anyone touch it easily. Just as he was about to refuse, Elder Feng looked over and said, "Lingji, do me a favor. Today is this young lady's birthday. Let her touch your baby." He had heard his old friend mention Ning Zhao before and knew that she was Tang Zhongyi's future wife. Of course, he couldn't let her down. Since Elder Feng had spoken, the chief couldn't refuse. He stood up and walked to the side. He secretly swore in his heart, "If this little girl's level is too low, no matter what, I will not let her continue to humiliate my beloved zither." It was as if Gu Xingyin couldn't see the expression on the first seat's face. She calmly sat down, then looked at Tang Zhongyi and smiled. "This is a song for you." She winked at him. Tang Zhongyi looked at her gently. Their actions had attracted the attention of many guests. Hearing that Ning Zhao had composed a song for the Tang family's second young master, they looked at the two of them, and then looked at Tang Qingshan and his wife, who were not surprised at all. Many people began to question Ning Zhao's status in their hearts. The moment Ning Zhao's hand touched the piano keys, her entire temperament changed. Her expression was both sad and happy. Her slender and fair fingers danced on the piano keys, and strings of notes poured out from her fingertips. The expressions of the chief and Elder Feng changed. Chapter 230. Elder Feng's gaze was fixed on Gu Xingyin. The piano piece that this girl was playing was clearly the sunshine that he was very optimistic about. But she had clearly said, "This is a piece for you." In other words, this piece was her own original composition. Elder Feng and the chief pianist sitting at the side looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone in the Lemon Tree Orchestra, as well as many music lovers among the guests present, had heard Yang Huiying's Sunshine. Now, comparing the two of them, the gap was too big. When Yang Huiying played this piece, although everyone was shocked, they felt that something was missing. Now that they heard Gu Xingyin's version, they realized that she didn't play the soul of this piece. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was infected by Gu Xingyin's piano music. They seemed to see a girl in a bottomless darkness. There was no hope, no future, and no trace of light. She thought of seeking death. This might be freedom. She wouldn't have to struggle in this muddle-headed world. Tang Zhongyi clenched his fists tightly. He understood Zhao Zhao's song. He had never thought that Zhao Zhao would break down like that when she learned of her parents' death. She even thought of ending it with death. He only felt cold sweat on his back. Fortunately, God was not unkind to him. Fortunately, he had put down everything to be by her side at that time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. After reaching the extreme of despair, the style of the entire song suddenly changed. A person appeared by the girl's side. He patiently accompanied her, took her to watch the sunrise and sunset, accompanied her every minute of life, and took her to see all the beautiful things in the world. Little by little, he brought light into her world and pulled her out of the bottomless darkness. He was her salvation. When the song ended, Gu Xingyin was already in tears. Tang Zhongyi couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed over and hugged her tightly. "How could you, how could you?" His voice was choked with sobs. He buried his head deep into Gu Xingyin's neck, covering his red eyes. The eyes of the Tang family members also turned red. They had watched Ning Zhao walk step by step, so they could naturally feel the deepest emotions in her works. Clap clap. At first, there were scattered applause, but later, all the guests stood up and applauded them. Elder Feng also stood up. He looked at Gu Xingyin strangely, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The chief disciple's expression was not much better than his. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his previous unwillingness and began to think of a way to make Gu Xingyin acknowledge him as her disciple. As for Yang Huiying, she had already been ignored by them. They were all musicians, so it was clear to them who was real and who was fake, and who was the real composer. Without real experience, who could play a song like Gu Xingyin to this realm? Tang Zhongyi coughed, sorted out his emotions, and gently held Gu Xingyin's hand. Gu Xingyin stood up with her strength. Thank you for the piano. Tang Zhongyi said to the chief disciple of the Lemon Tree Orchestra. The chief disciple was very kind at this moment. It's okay, you're welcome. If Miss Ning Zhao needs anything else, you can continue to look for me. Chapter 231. Yang Huiying had been waiting for Lemon Tree Orchestra's reply. During this period, her tutor often took her out. Compared to before, this treatment was like heaven and hell. She was applying a mask on her bed when she suddenly received a call from her tutor. Hello. What? I'll be right there. She hurriedly tore off her mask, tidied up, and left. The principal pianist of Lemon Tree Orchestra told me that he heard your Sunshine at another place yesterday. Also, the other party said that this song was her original work. He now doubts the authenticity of what you said earlier. Yang Huiying's expression changed. Could it be that they met Ning Zhao? She couldn't admit to this. She pretended to be angry and said, the other party must be lying about this. Sunshine is my original work. I have the manuscript here to prove it. Her tutor saw that she was firm and felt relieved. No matter what, he didn't want his student to be someone who plagiarized other people's works. I'll explain this to Lemon Tree Orchestra. Don't worry, the truth will come out. Yang Huiying forced a smile and looked a little dazed. Her tutor saw her like this and thought that she was affected by this matter. He comforted her and left. Yang Huiying returned to her residence. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she felt. No, she had to do something. She couldn't let Ning Zhao have a chance to explain. This song could only be hers. At this moment, someone posted a video on a large music forum that she frequented. Yesterday, I went to a banquet and happened to hear a song. The OP was shocked. With the mentality that it's better to share it with others than to share it alone, I'm sharing it with the netizens. Yang Huiying clicked on it and saw that it was a video of Ning Zhao playing the song. The angle of the cameraman was very good. Even the dialogue in the video was very clear. Ning Zhao's sentence, "This is a song for you," was enough for people to hear clearly. Yang Huiying was anxious and angry. She kept scrolling through the comments below. Some praised the beauty of the song, while others asked who the person playing the piano was. After flipping through for a while, someone finally pointed out that the name of the song in the video was Sunshine. As early as half a month ago, he had heard someone play it at Pine Forest Academy's graduation ceremony. The composer was obviously not the girl in the video. Yang Huiying saw this and suddenly had a plan in her heart. Half an hour later, a new post was posted on the forum. It was signed by Yang Huiying. In the post, she publicly claimed that she had seen the video on the forum. The girl in the video said that the piano piece was her original composition, but she had already played the piece on the big stage of Pine Forest Academy half a month ago. That girl was just a despicable plagiarist. She even put up photos. In the photo was the manuscript of this piano piece. This caused an uproar in the forum. Many people were condemning Gu Xingyin. The OP of the original post was also confused. He only said that he did not know this girl and that the video could have been taken during the banquet. When the netizens asked who the girl was, he refused to say anything. Tang Zhongyi received a call. Second young master Tang, did you take a look at the Sound of Music forum? Someone said that the song Ning Zhao played for you the other day was plagiarized. Chapter 232. Tang Zhongyi flipped through the comments of the netizens page by page. Looking at Yang Huiying's righteous condemnation on the top floor, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Despicable plagiarist. Yang Huiying really dared to say that. Who was Xiao Xiao? How could she plagiarize other people's things? This song was specially written by Xiao Xiao for him. If she knew that she was used by Yang Huiying with ulterior motives, he did not know how sad she would be. He decided that he would not tell Xiao Xiao about this matter. But he hid it here and forgot that there was still Tang Qian. Tang Qian did not understand the sinister world of adults. He simply felt strange. Why did Auntie Zhao Zhao write it, but Teacher Yang said that he wrote it? When Tang Zhongyi came to Gu Xingyin's room, he saw a very unhappy Zhao Zhao. She sat on the bed hugging her legs and ignored his arrival. What's wrong? He sat beside her. Gu Xingyin secretly despised himself for trying to act cute, but his eyes turned red all of a sudden. Tang Zhongyi became anxious and hurriedly asked what made her unhappy. Gu Xingyin sobbed and said, You. Yang. I wrote it. Tang Zhongyi spent a long time to understand what she was talking about. Because of that woman Yang Huiying, his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Zhao Zhao, you can rest assured that no one can take away your things. He swore to Gu Xingyin. However, Gu Xingyin tugged at his sleeve and handed him something. It was wrapped in a gift box shaped like a rabbit. Originally, it was your gift. After she said that, she remembered something and more tears fell. Tang Zhongyi did not have time to open the gift. He was in a hurry to coax Gu Xingyin for a long time. Finally, he coaxed the crying Gu Xingyin to sleep. He opened the gift. It was a CD. Tang Zhongyi left the room quietly and returned to the study. He turned on the computer and put the things on the CD. The girl in the picture seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the camera. She smiled shyly. It was Ning Zhao. This is my gift to you, Tang Zhongyi, you. This song contains everything I want to say to you. This song exists because of you. Although Ning Zhao's speech was no longer obstructed, it was rare for him to speak so coherently, let alone in front of a camera. Tang Zhongyi was sure that Zhao Zhao had practiced for a long time even if it was such a short sentence. After that, the long-haired girl in white sat quietly in front of the piano, playing the song, You, over and over again. Her expression was so sincere, as if this song was her whole world. Tang Zhongyi didn't know how long he had been watching the video. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile. The anger brought about by Yang Huiying had unknowingly dissipated. Look, his girl's heart was also filled with him. She would carefully prepare a gift for him, try to speak to the camera for him, and make such a song for him. He opened the forum again. Yang Huiying's post had reached the top and appeared in the most popular place on the homepage. Many people supported Yang Huiying and advocated exposing this shameless plagiarist so that she could no longer stay in the music industry. Tang Zhongyi looked coldly at the top of the post, Yang Huiying. He was very reluctant to share this video with others, but... Chapter 233. While Yang Huiying's plagiarism incident was in an uproar, another video was released. The person who released the video didn't hide his identity. He stated his position at the beginning, I never thought that there would be such a vicious and shameless person in the world. She actually dared to despicably plagiarize someone else's work and then frame the creator as a plagiarist. The person who spoke was Tang Zhongyi, and the video he released happened to be the gift Gu Xingyin gave him. In the video, the girl in the white dress played, You, over and over again. When they saw Gu Xingyin's video, the clamoring voices on the internet suddenly disappeared. It could be seen that the person who made this video was very attentive. The feelings that the girl poured into this song could be seen even by a layman. In contrast, Yang Huiying was much worse in terms of playing and expressing the meaning of this song. It was clear at a glance who was better and who was worse. More importantly, the date was clearly written in the lower right corner of the video. As early as half a year ago, this disc was recorded by Gu Xingyin bit by bit. During this period, Tang Zhongyi also went to Gu Xingyin and asked if she had any other videos. Gu Xingyin also gave him some scattered videos that weren't put on the disc. It was worth mentioning that the manuscript of the score that Yang Huiying used as evidence appeared in Gu Xingyin's video. In the video, the girl held a pen and kept writing and drawing on a piece of snow-white paper. Occasionally, she even erased some parts that she wasn't satisfied with. Some attentive netizens took the music score in the video and compared it with Yang Huiying's original. They were surprised to find that not only the handwriting, but even the mistakes in the erasure were exactly the same. Tang Zhongyi also asked a famous computer expert to prove that the video he posted had absolutely no trace of falsification. When the netizen posted the comparison picture, it was a slap in the face. Obviously, the manuscript that Yang Huiying took out was the result of someone else's labor. She was the one who had really plagiarized. Yang Huiying soon received a call from her tutor. The tutor roared through the phone, "What's with the video on the internet? Didn't you say that this was your original work? Yang Huiying, you've really disappointed me." The tutor hung up the phone directly. Yang Huiying held the phone tightly, her heart in a mess. The academy's response came very quickly. Yang Huiying received an email from Pine Forest Academy, stating that Pine Forest Academy could not tolerate the appearance of students who plagiarized and maliciously slandered others, and that Yang Huiying's student status would be revoked. In other words, she, Yang Huiying, had been expelled from the school before she had even obtained her graduation certificate. It's over, everything is over. From now on, with such a stain on his name, he would never be able to establish himself in the music industry again. In the past, those classmates, whether they were better than him or not, would only look at him with disdain when they talked about him. Yang Huiying covered her head with her hands and buried herself deep in it, as if the things that she couldn't face had never happened. Gu Xingyin knew that the threat from Yang Huiying had been completely removed. Then, the rest, she looked at a certain man who was walking towards her with his back against the light. She smiled like a flower and took the initiative to give herself a hug. Chapter 234. Tang Zhongyi felt that he had used up all his luck to be able to meet Ning Zhao in this life. The first day he saw her, the sun was shining brightly. In the garden of the Ning family, the girl with her hair loose and sitting on the swing gently swayed his heart. After that, he took her back to the Ning family. The second young master of the Tang family learned how to take care of a person for the first time. He dried her hair, covered her with a blanket, and watched her sleep at night before he could feel at ease. If someone had told him in the past that he would do this for a woman one day, he would definitely have scoffed. But now, he looked up. Ning Zhao, who was already a mother of 2 children, was sitting quietly on the swing just like when they first met. She was holding a book and studying it carefully. The sun shone through the leaves above and scattered on the top of her head. It was as if time had never left any traces on her. She was still the same as when they first met 10 years ago. Quiet, beautiful, and no longer ethereal and unapproachable. He saw his 2-year-old daughter running towards her mother. The two of them said something, and the little girl plunged into her mother's arms. The mother and daughter laughed together. Now, he could no longer see the shadow of the Ning Zhao who had once closed herself off. She had become fond of laughing, taught the children how to play the piano, and played games with them. Dad, I want to go to Disneyland on Sunday. Mom has already agreed. The 4-year-old son looked like his mother, especially his pair of dark eyes. They were exactly the same. Okay, tomorrow, let's go together as a family. He smiled, picked up his son, and walked towards the 2 most important babies in his life. Gu Xingyin sat on a bench at the side and watched her husband and 2 children play on the merry-go-round. She couldn't play on this thing. She would feel dizzy the moment she sat on it, so she simply sat and watched the 3 of them play happily. Excuse me, are you Ning Zhao? A hesitant female voice sounded. Gu Xingyin heard this and looked over. The woman who spoke was wearing a cleaner's uniform. She wasn't bad looking, but her face had been carved with tired wrinkles under the ravages of time and life. He looked strangely familiar. Gu Xingyin pondered for a while and finally remembered who she was. Yang Huiying. Seeing Ning Zhao remember her, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "It's me. I didn't expect you to remember me." Gu Xingyin did not expect to see this woman again. After her mission was completed, the system would not be bound to her at all times after she was no longer threatened by the mission target. Instead, it would often enter a dormant state, so it did not prompt her earlier. Seeing Gu Xingyin's lukewarm reaction, Yang Huiying didn't care. Years of running around for a living had completely worn away her former sharpness. I thought your back looked familiar. I didn't expect it to really be you. She looked at Ning Zhao and said sincerely, I owe you an apology for what happened back then. Gu Xingyin did not expect that this woman would actually want to talk to her about this. She froze for a moment and then said, those things, let bygones be bygones. Knowing that the other party didn't want to talk to her, Yang Huiying smiled and walked away. From afar, she looked back and saw the man she used to like when she was young. He walked to Ning Zhao's side and the two of them leaned against each other intimately. She shook her head and smiled. Chapter 235. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes as she felt a warm sensation. Body of light. She was born with the body of light. She heard an excited voice in front of her. At the same time, she realized that the light came from her body. When the light dissipated, Gu Xingyin was respectfully led to the side by a few people in white robes. She realized that there were many girls here, and without exception, they were all looking at her with jealousy. Gu Xingyin already had the ability to keep a straight face in front of others. She sat down elegantly and looked forward, but in reality, she was reading the plot of this world. This was a world of magic. Like many other worlds, the two major factions in this world were light and dark. The light side always had the upper hand and firmly held the faith of all the people on the Ouchi continent. This was because the most powerful god in this world was the omnipotent god of light. The original owner, Hathaway Louise, was originally a royal princess of the Ouchi Empire. She was chosen by the Holy Church, the largest power in the Ouchi continent, because she was born with the body of light. She successfully became the new saintess of the Holy Church. The saintess of the Holy Church was the spokesperson of the Holy Church. She had to have the purest faith of light. Her body and mind had to be loyal to the God of light. Hathaway was worthy of the title of Saintess of the Light. She spent almost all of her free time praying to God. In her eyes, God was omnipotent. God was her only faith. Even if God asked her to die immediately, she would do it without hesitation. The power of the believers of light came from the God of light. The stronger the faith, the stronger the power of light. Hathaway became one of the most powerful people on the Ouchi continent in a short period of time. She was supposed to be honorable and dazzling, but because of the jealousy of her maids, they schemed against her, causing Hathaway to be tainted by the power of darkness. She was no longer pure and flawless, and her glory as the saintess was taken away. Hathaway couldn't accept that she couldn't serve God anymore, so she chose to end her life. Heidi was the maid who framed Hathaway. She was originally a candidate for the Saintess of the Light, just like Hathaway. But in the end, the Holy See chose Hathaway. Among the remaining candidates, the two with the best qualifications became the Saintess' personal maids. Heidi was unwilling. In her eyes, she wasn't any worse than Hathaway. But in the end, Hathaway became a saintess who was on equal footing with the Pope, while she was just a lowly maid. If Hathaway wasn't around, wouldn't he have a chance? Gu Xingyin knew that the ending of this world was that after Hathaway died, Heidi did not succeed in ascending to the throne. Her heart had already been occupied by jealousy and had become extremely filthy. She couldn't even maintain her faith in light, so how could she become a saintess who wholeheartedly served the God of light? After receiving the plot, she couldn't help but want to facepalm. This body would become the saint of light in the future, which meant that her body and mind would belong to the God of light. She would have to remain pure and unblemished for the rest of her life. Chastity was also a prerequisite for a saint. Once the saintess lost her chastity, her body would no longer be pure, and her faith in light would be tainted. She would be discovered immediately. Gu Xingyin lit a candle for her lover in this world. Chapter 236. System, as the saintess of the light, I must have pure faith. I can't do that. What if I'm found out? Gu Xingyin frowned as she thought of this. The system said confidently, don't worry, I'll do it. Gu Xingyin felt as if the system had injected energy into the depths of her mind. After that, she realized that something was wrong with her. For example, she was currently sitting in the Holy Church of the Light. At the highest point of the Holy Church was the statue of the God of Light. When Gu Xingyin saw the statue, she had the urge to rush over and worship it. Gu Xingyin stopped herself with difficulty. She asked the system quietly, "What did you do to me?" The system said, "It's a product of the system. It can gather the host's faith in a short period of time. Don't worry, the host will still maintain her original thoughts. You don't have to worry about being brainwashed." Gu Xingyin thought. Alright, in her eyes, the system is still very reliable. The primary selection of the Light Curia ended quickly. Gu Xingyin and the other 9 Saintess candidates were brought to the largest church in the Aoqi continent, the Holy Church of Light. This was also the headquarters of the Light Curia in the Aoqi continent. It was said that a god had once descended here. It was said that the God of Light liked beautiful and exquisite objects. The entire Holy Church of Light shone brightly and was extremely beautiful. A few girls could not help but look around. One of them even let out a gasp of surprise. As a high-class Saintess candidate, Gu Xingyin naturally did not look sideways the entire time. She perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be noble. The bishop who was leading them saw the reactions of the group and nodded to himself. As for the few people who exclaimed earlier, they were already on the list of candidates in his mind. Seeing such a small thing and making such a big fuss. As the Saintess of the Light Curia, she would have to face many big situations in the future. In the future, she would represent the entire Curia. If this happened elsewhere, the Light Curia would lose all its face. They were brought to the Holy Church's Holy Church. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw the high and mighty God of Light in front of her. The incomparably gorgeous man held a scepter in his hand and sat upright on a luxurious throne. His face was shrouded in a layer of divine light, and no one could see his face. Even so, this man had a kind of charm that made everyone unable to help but admire him. This was especially true for Gu Xingyin, who was currently being condensed with faith. She only felt that she was completely out of control as she walked straight towards the divine throne. Then, he knelt on the ground in a pious manner. "O great Lord, I am your most loyal and devout believer. Please allow me to pray to you." She began to chant in a low voice. Everyone else was shocked. Even the bishop was confused by this development. He looked at the white-clothed woman kneeling before the divine throne and thought to himself, could it be that she did it on purpose? Did he purposely make such a gesture for the people of the Holy See? Thinking of this, the bishop felt that it was a pity. Originally, because she was born with the body of light, the scepter of the Saintess of Light would have fallen into her hands. However, he couldn't wait to prove himself as the god of the great Cathedral of Light. He wasn't just a decoration. In the high and mighty heavenly realm, countless rare flowers bloomed. The angels displayed their beautiful singing and moving dancing. All of this was for the man who was leaning on the throne with his eyes closed. Chapter 237. He had a face that even the most legendary sculptor in the entire Aoqi continent couldn't create. He just sat there quietly with his eyes closed, but no one could ignore his existence. The angels looked at him with undisguised longing and adoration. He seemed to feel something. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. That pair of golden eyes was more dazzling than any light in the world. He felt a pure power of faith. It had been a long time since a believer gave him such a comfortable feeling. The God of Light curiously looked at the source of this faith. He saw a human girl with her head lowered in a devout manner as she prayed to his statue. The endless power of faith was coming from her body. The God of Light suddenly had a strong feeling. He felt that he should know her. He wanted to see what this girl looked like. The will of the God of Light was just a thought. Gu Xingyin quickly raised her head. The God of Light stared at her face. Her golden hair was carefully tied together and hung behind her head. On her forehead was a thin silver chain with a sparkling blue crystal. What was even clearer than the crystals were her eyes, which were as blue as the sky. It was as if everything in the world could be seen in her eyes. This girl had a beauty that even the heavenly realm angels couldn't reach. The god of light frowned. He always felt that she shouldn't look like this. But if she didn't look like this, what should she look like? Long black hair. A thought appeared in his mind. Wait, isn't that the color of darkness? The god of light laughed. No one could hide anything in front of the god. This girl was born with the body of light. She couldn't be related to the demons. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the girl had finished praying and was about to get up. At that moment, Gu Xingyin really wanted to cover her face. She actually started praying in front of so many people without any scruples. At that moment, those people from the Light Curia must have thought that she was an opportunist. She sighed. No matter what, she still had to fight for the position of saintess. Just as she was about to turn and leave, something strange happened. A bright light rose from the scepter in the hands of the statue and shot towards Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's entire body was bathed in the rich power of light. This feeling was too comfortable, and she couldn't help but sigh. Looking at her satisfied expression, the god of light chuckled. His eyes were filled with love that even he didn't know about. The angels in heavenly realm looked at each other. They did not know what had happened to make God so happy. Everyone in the great sage hall was stunned by this scene. Other than the bishops and saintess candidates who were originally with Gu Xingyin, there were also the pope and cardinals who had rushed over after sensing the abnormalities in the great cathedral. As soon as they entered, they saw Gu Xingyin, who was being baptized by divine light below the divine throne. God! The pope immediately knelt down. The rest of the people also came back to their senses and knelt on the ground. The god of light ignored them. He sensed for a moment, and after confirming that his believer could not withstand any more power of light, he retracted the divine light. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes in confusion. Chapter 238. She had no idea what had just happened. System? She asked hesitantly. The system said, the host has received the love of the most powerful being in this world, the god of light. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, it's really an unintentional thing. Now that the statue had returned to its original state, the pope and the others stood up one by one. Gu Xingyin felt that the kind and holy pope was looking at her as if he was looking at a rare treasure. She subconsciously walked towards him, and suddenly realized that her body seemed to have changed. The pope seemed to know her doubts, and raised his hand to condense a light mirror with light magic, allowing Gu Xingyin to see herself in the mirror. Her facial features did not change, but on the fair forehead of the person in the mirror, there was a golden divine pattern that appeared out of nowhere. The pattern was complicated and beautiful, and it was shining. It made Hathaway's originally delicate face look even more beautiful and holy. This was the glory that God had bestowed upon his most beloved people. The Pope had already recovered, and he looked at Gu Xingyin with a smile. Child, are you Hathaway? Gu Xingyin bowed to him and nodded. The Pope, who had been observing Gu Xingyin all this time, felt very unhappy when he saw her gesture. Who in this world was worthy of her bow? The Pope seemed to have sensed something, and his feet moved slightly, and he dodged Gu Xingyin's bow. Looking at the surprised looks of the bishops behind him, the Pope did not explain. His attainment in light magic was close to that of a demigod, so he could naturally sense some things. When Gu Xingyin bowed to him, his intuition told him that if he accepted her bow, there would be terrible consequences. The status of the Holy See's saintess is comparable to this old man. Hathaway, you don't have to bow to me. The Pope said kindly to Gu Xingyin. This sentence directly acknowledged Gu Xingyin's status as the Holy Maiden. The cardinals behind him were not surprised at all. They all saw clearly that the God of Light had personally blessed the saintess, which meant that the saintess was a candidate that the God of Light approved and was even satisfied with. At this time, their opinions were no longer important. However, the other candidates did not think so. Why? Wasn't there another test later? We haven't even tried. Why should we be eliminated? A girl standing beside Heidi was not convinced. Heidi lowered her eyes and sneered in her heart. This idiot. Although she thought the same in her heart, she also knew that saying such words at a time like this was absolutely brainless behavior. As expected, the Pope's expression turned cold. He was polite to Gu Xingyin because she was the saintess who was favored by the God of Light. How dare this girl question the Holy See's decision? This is the will of the God of Light. If you have any questions, you can ask God. The girl was at a loss for words. Raise an objection to God? Just now, everyone saw that God was clearly very satisfied with Hathaway, and that was why he had personally blessed her. If she went to pray, God would not even give her a look. The matter of Gu Xingyin becoming the saintess of the Holy See was thus settled. Just like in the original plot, Heidi and another girl named Vivian became the saintess' personal maid. Chapter 239. The Pope held the scepter that symbolized the status and glory of the saintess and handed it over to Gu Xingyin. Everyone remained silent as they stared at this historic scene. The masters of oil painting and sculpting firmly engraved this scene in their minds. This kind of occasion was bound to be recorded in the annals of history and passed down to the world. However, a scene that no one had expected occurred. Gu Xingyin's hand hadn't even touched the scepter when that scepter made of the strongest and most precious material in the entire Ouchi continent shattered inch by inch. It fell to the ground and was burned to ashes by the golden god fire. Gu Xingyin, the Pope, there was only one person who could do this. Everyone looked at the high and mighty statue of the light god. Many people had already knelt down. The Pope looked at Gu Xingyin in confusion. Wasn't Hathaway the saintess who was favored by God? But if God really favored her, why did he destroy the scepter? After all, a saintess without a scepter wouldn't be recognized by the masses. Some nobles were already whispering that this saintess's faith wasn't pure and caused God's dissatisfaction. That was why she destroyed the saintess' scepter in anger. Some people were already shouting that they should severely punish Gu Xingyin, the saintess who caused God's dissatisfaction. This suggestion was actually approved by many people. Gu Xingyin glanced over and saw that the speaker was someone from the Aquamarine Empire. The Aquamarine Empire was a new empire and was famous for its belligerence. It had always been at odds with the oldest empire on the continent, the Ouchi Empire. Hathaway was the niece of the Ouchi Empire's emperor, so the people of the Aquamarine Empire naturally didn't want her to become the saintess. Unlike the people from the Aquamarine Empire who were gloating, the people from the Ouchi Empire were looking at Gu Xingyin with worry. Heidi lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with schadenfreude. She couldn't wait for Gu Xingyin, the holy maiden, to be deposed. That way, she would have a better chance, wouldn't it? The Pope did not believe that this was because the gods were dissatisfied with the saintess. After all, the robe that Gu Xingyin was wearing was a gift from the God of Light. Gu Xingyin ignored everything around her. She just stood there quietly, as if she was waiting for a result. Sure enough, when the people of the Aquamarine Empire began to clamor, the high and mighty god finally responded. A golden light rose from the statue, and an illusory figure walked out from the statue. Many people felt a stinging pain in their eyes and had no choice but to lower their heads. Soon after, they realized who that person was. God's descent. The entire great cathedral fell to their knees. Even the Pope did the same. Only Gu Xingyin remained standing. It wasn't that she didn't want to kneel, but that she couldn't. The moment she saw the figure, her first reaction was the same as everyone else's. However, an inexplicable force held her back. The figure walked step by step through the void until it reached Gu Xingyin's side. The scepter of mortals is not worthy of your glory, my most devout believer. The god's low voice resounded in the great cathedral, resounding in everyone's hearts. Gu Xingyin looked at the figure in front of her in shock. It was just an illusory figure, but it seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. No one doubted the true identity of the person in front of them. The God of Light. Chapter 240. The God of Light smiled as he looked at his follower's stunned face. Oh, he looks even better this way. He slowly raised his right hand, and a golden light gradually condensed in his hand. When the light dissipated, the item in his hand appeared in front of Gu Xingyin's eyes. It was a silver scepter. This is the glory I bestow upon you. The god of light handed the scepter to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin came back to her senses in a daze. She stretched out her hands and carefully received the scepter. The god of light seemed to chuckle, and he slowly bent down. Gu Xingyin only felt a slight chill on her forehead. When she looked up, the god of light's figure had already disappeared. My follower, be well and pass on my glory. Only these words were left, and they seemed to linger in her ears. Only when the god of light's aura completely disappeared from the great cathedral did everyone dare to raise their heads. They looked at the saint of light standing alone on the high platform, and the noble scepter in her hand. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable respect and envy. The god of light's glory and favor had reached this level. Who would dare to say anything about the status of the saint of light? The people of the Aquamarine Empire were extremely regretful of their previous words. The Pope was pleasantly surprised. A saint who was deeply loved by the gods had appeared in the Holy Church. This was clearly a good thing for the Holy Church, wasn't it? He couldn't suppress his joy as he announced, I declare that from today onwards, Hathaway Louise will be the most glorious and holy saint of light of the Holy Church. She will become the emissary of the God of Light, and bring the glory of the God of Light to every corner of the Ouchi continent. No one had the slightest objection. Heidi lowered her head. She was extremely jealous. Why? Why would the God of Light favor Hathaway so much? She was clearly a devout believer of the God of Light, wasn't she? When Gu Xingyin returned to her bedroom, she was still in a daze. System, tell me, why does the God of Light treat me so differently? She couldn't figure it out. The system said, this world is considered a high-level plane among the 3,000 worlds, and the God of Light is a powerful level 1 God. The most I can do is ensure that my existence is not discovered by him, but I can't find out what he's thinking. Gu Xingyin was a little excited. That's a god. I have never seen a god before. Unfortunately, I can't see his face. System. I hope this sentence won't be known by a certain existence. Gu Xingyin took out the scepter given to her by the God of Light. The entire scepter was silver-white in color, and its craftsmanship was exquisite. There was a huge blue crystal embedded at the top of the scepter. Even though it was placed there quietly, Gu Xingyin could feel the powerful light energy contained within it. According to Hathaway's memories, there wasn't any energy stone in Ouchi that could contain such a terrifying amount of energy. This was probably something from the realm of gods. Gu Xingyin glanced at the scepter, then looked at the beautiful robe she was wearing. She then thought of the noble and magnificent statue in the great Cathedral of Light. She silently complained to the system, people say that the God of Light likes luxurious things, and now I really believe it. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single thing related to the gods that was low-key. Gu Xingyin, who also liked luxurious things deep down, smiled with sparkling eyes. I can ride on such a coattail. Chapter 241. In just a few days, the news that the new Saint of Light, Hathaway, was deeply loved by the God of Light had spread throughout the entire Ouchi continent. Hathaway, the Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire, recently sent a secret letter asking for help. He said that their northern territory has been invaded by the demon race. It just so happens that you will be representing the Holy Church to visit the entire Ouchi continent. Why don't you go to the Deep Blue Empire first? Demon race? The demon race had been exiled by the god to the land of calamity opposite the Ouchi continent 10,000 years ago. They were separated by the abyss of death. How could they cross the abyss to reach the Ouchi continent? Gu Xingyin had no reason to refuse. 2 days later, she prepared to leave. When the Saint of Light went out, her entourage was naturally luxurious. Not only did the Holy Church send over 100 priests to follow her, but they also sent an entire Knights of Light to protect the Saint of Light. Accompanying the Saint of Light were 2 cardinals and several bishops. Even the Pope's entourage couldn't compare. Heidi walked in and whispered to Gu Xingyin, Lady Saint, the commander of the Knights of Light, Sir Carlos, wishes to see you. Gu Xingyin noticed that her face was a bit red. Let him in, Gu Xingyin said. When Carlos came in, Gu Xingyin knew why Heidi's face was so red. This commander of the Knights of Light was not only young, but also a rare handsome man. He had a head full of bright golden hair and deep blue eyes that were more mysterious than the sea. When he smiled, it was as if the entire hall was infected by him and became brighter. The Holy Church had 3 major knight regiments, the Knights of Light, the Holy Knights, and the Honorable Knights. Any one of the 3 knight regiments was at least a legend swordmaster. And to be the commander of the 3 knight regiments, one had to be at least a sword saint. Sword saints were already at the peak of the Ouchi continent's power. It was no wonder that Heidi was moved by such a handsome and powerful knight. Good day, Saintess. Carlos entered and saluted Gu Xingyin with a knight's salute. Good day, Sir Carlos. Gu Xingyin nodded at him. The Knights of Light are ready. Gu Xingyin nodded. I'm ready. The fact that the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Church was traveling in such a grand fashion was naturally known throughout the continent. Everywhere they went, there would be countless people begging to see the Saintess. However, Carlos blocked most of them. Saintess, please don't blame me for acting on my own. Carlos came to Gu Xingyin to ask for forgiveness after the convoy stopped to rest. Your Excellency Carlos has done well. Among these people, there are only a few who have firm beliefs. Hearing this, Carlos smiled in his heart. This Saintess was indeed as strong as the legends said. Her faith in the God of Light was extremely firm. There was almost no delay along the way as they arrived at the Deep Blue Empire. The Deep Blue Empire received the news a few days ago. His Majesty the Emperor brought all the royal family members to the city gate to welcome Gu Xingyin's arrival. God of Light. With Lady Saintess and everyone here, the crisis of my Deep Blue Empire will definitely be resolved. The Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire said emotionally. Host, when this person spoke, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The system reminded. Gu Xingyin glanced at the Emperor. Then he was acting. She didn't know what the Emperor had prepared for them to come to the Deep Blue Empire. He was waiting for her. Lady Saintess, the Deep Blue Empire is holding a welcome banquet for you. Heidi walked in. Her hostility towards Gu Xingyin had decreased by a lot. The reason was simple, Saintesses couldn't marry and couldn't like anyone. As the Saintess maid, she didn't have this restriction. Looking at Carlos, she was glad that she wasn't chosen at that time. Chapter 242. The main character of the banquet was undoubtedly Gu Xingyin. Apart from her, the other cardinals were also the focus of attention. On the other hand, the attention of the noble ladies was completely focused on the handsome knights. Especially Carlos, who was handsome, charming, elegant, and powerful. Naturally, he was the most popular existence. Unfortunately, to the disappointment of all the ladies, Sir Carlos turned a blind eye to all the ambiguous expressions of goodwill. The focus of the entire banquet was always on Gu Xingyin. If not for the fact that the Saint of Light was destined to be unable to marry, these noble ladies would have thought that there was an unspeakable relationship between the two. Your Excellency Saintess, these places are the important areas of the Deep Blue Empire that have been invaded by the demon race. After the banquet, the Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire began to talk business with Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin took a look. Sure enough, it was the 2 northernmost cities of the Deep Blue Empire. The information provided by the Emperor was not false. The situation was exactly the same as what the Holy See had secretly investigated. I will set off for the Icefield City tomorrow. These demons who have betrayed the Light God will receive the most severe punishment. Gu Xingyin's voice revealed a murderous intent. Then, thank you, Your Excellency Saintess. The Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire had a grateful expression. On the way back, Gu Xingyin secretly thought, the Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire's purpose could not be so simple. However, since she had been baptized by divine power, her magic power had reached the level of a warlock saint. Moreover, she had a powerhouse like Carlos and 2 cardinals by her side. Even if she encountered a dangerous situation, there would be no problem for her to escape unscathed. Then, since that was the case, why not go to the Icefield City as he wished? What's more, this trip, whether she was willing or not, she had to go. The convoy only stayed in the imperial capital of the Deep Blue Empire for a day before setting off for the Icefield City. The Emperor of the Deep Blue Empire smiled as he watched the convoy leave. His eyes were filled with emotions that no one could understand. Carlos seemed to have felt something and looked back from afar. He did not say anything and continued to be his most loyal knight, guarding the Saintess. Icefield City. When Gu Xingyin got out of the car, even though she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the scene in front of her. The entire city was shrouded in a black mist. Gu Xingyin, who was born with the radiant body, was especially sensitive to the power of darkness. Almost instantly, she sensed the dense aura of the demon clan. The city was in a state of desolation. There was no one on either side of the road, and the doors of every house were tightly shut. There was no trace of life. Someone seemed to have seen them from afar and walked over to greet them. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He was wearing a robe that was neither new nor old. When he saw Gu Xingyin, he was overjoyed. The city lord of Icefield City, Kerman, welcomes the Saintess. Gu Xingyin looked behind him. There were only a few people. She raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. Instead, she asked another question. How's the situation in your Icefield City? City Lord Kerman smiled bitterly. The demon clan attacks almost every 3 to 5 days. Almost 90% of the soldiers in our Icefield City have died in battle. Now, there are only some old, weak, sick, and disabled left in the city. Moreover, due to the invasion of the demon Qi, the people in the city often fall ill and their physiques are weak. Now, the Icefield City is almost waiting for death. Chapter 243. Before Komen could finish his words, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. His complexion changed as he exclaimed, "Oh no, there's another demon invasion." Gu Xingyin's expression turned solemn. The moment before Carlos gave the order, she raised the scepter in her hand high. A dazzling white light rose from the tip of her scepter and gradually spread throughout the entire Icefield City. The Great Purification Spell. The eyes of the two red-robed bishops lit up as they looked at Gu Xingyin in shock. The Great Purification Spell was one of the most powerful forbidden spells of light magic. Only saints could cast it. The two red-robed bishops could also cast this spell, but they could not cover the entire Icefield City like Gu Xingyin. Didn't this mean that the Holy Maiden, at such a young age, had already surpassed the two of them who had been immersed in light magic for hundreds of years? The two of them looked at each other, their expressions filled with shock and surprise. In any case, as the Holy Maiden of the Holy See, Gu Xingyin's strength was a good thing for the Holy See. Screams rang out one after another. Gu Xingyin knew that this was the final struggle of the demons. Great Purification was the most tyrannical forbidden spell of all light magic. Great Purification, as the name implied, was that all dark, impure, and things rejected by light would be dissolved in the light of the Great Purification spell. Komen looked at the black fog that had covered the entire Icefield City for several months disappearing in the white light. The sky of the Icefield City finally returned to its previous clear state. He almost burst into tears. "Thank you, Holy Maiden." He bowed deeply to Gu Xingyin. The followers behind him also followed suit and bowed to Gu Xingyin. "You're welcome. It's my duty to kill the demons and destroy the darkness," Gu Xingyin said with a smile. At this time, Carlos suddenly spoke, "I wonder if Mayor Komen has prepared a place for us to rest." "Holy Maiden, you've traveled a long way. It's better for you to rest." Mayor Komen nodded repeatedly, "It's already prepared. It's my fault." He quickly led Gu Xingyin and the others to the prepared accommodation. Carlos stood beside Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin looked at him gratefully. After the people of Komen left, Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She sat down and smiled at Carlos, "Thank you." Carlos looked serious, "Holy Maiden, there's no need to show off. It's just a few low-level demons. The Knights of Light can deal with them." Gu Xingyin shook his head. You should be able to tell that the people of Komen City are all frightened. If I can't convince them with my strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win their trust. Carlos said stiffly, even so, you shouldn't risk your body. I was ordered to protect you, so I have the responsibility to ensure your safety. Gu Xingyin looked tired. I'm just a little exhausted. All right, Carlos, you can leave first. Let me rest for a while. Carlos seemed to want to say something, but when he saw Gu Xingyin's pale face, he swallowed his words and went out quietly. The system said, that human cares a lot about you. Your attitude is so cold. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes. It's because he cares too much about me that I have to do this. Since there was no result, she would kill him before he sprouted. Chapter 244. Sir Carlos, this is the Qianlin fruit I just got. Would you like to try it? Heidi saw Carlos standing alone at the door and asked with a blushing face. Carlos shook his head and said, I don't need to thank you. The Saintess used a lot of magic power earlier. Go and see if she needs it. Heidi's face turned pale, and she whispered yes. Her hands clenched tightly around the tray. Again. She had been glad that she was not the Saintess, so she had the opportunity to get in touch with the person she liked. But what about Carlos? His gaze had always been on Saintess Hathaway, and he had never looked at anyone else. If she was the Saintess at that time, would Carlos only have her in his heart and in his eyes, just like now? Gu Xingyin inexplicably received a system prompt that Heidi's dislike of her had increased. She was a little irritated. When the matter in Icefield City is settled, I will get rid of Heidi. At the moment, she was meditating to restore the magic power in her body. With her current level, it was actually very stressful for her to cast such a large-scale great purification. She had just used a trick. The scepter given to her by the God of Light was not only beautiful, but also rich in the power of light. It could be used as a cheating device at a critical moment. However, even with the enhancement of the scepter, the mana in her body was almost depleted by the terrifying output of the great purification spell. Carlos had also noticed this, which was why he had asked the Castellan to bring them here for a rest. Gu Xingyin, who closed her eyes, did not notice that when she was meditating, the scepter on the side flashed with a faint golden light. The power of light flowed from the scepter into her body, replenishing her magic power. So when Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and found that her body had recovered to its peak state, she was shocked. The system faintly added, the scepter given to you by the God of Light. Gu Xingyin, so that's how it is. It is worthy of being a product of the gods. It is simply a must-have. At night, when Gu Xingyin appeared in the city lord's mansion, as expected, it was already filled with people. Those who had closed their doors during the day had now tidied themselves up and came to pay a visit to the Saintess who had single-handedly dispelled the haze that had shrouded the Icefield City for months. The moment they saw Gu Xingyin come out, many of them knelt down spontaneously. Lord Komen explained awkwardly, Saintess, it's not that they don't want to come out during the day. It's just that our people are really scared. Gu Xingyin interrupted him, I know. City Lord Kerman, please don't mind, I understand. She looked around the big square of the city lord's mansion, and her voice, which contained the power of light, faintly resounded over the Icefield City, the God of Light will not give up on any of his people. I came here under the will of the God to destroy the invading demons. Where the light shines, the haze should not exist. Her voice was full of the power of faith. The people of the Icefield City seemed to be infected by her words and shouted together with her, where the light shines, the haze should not exist. Where the light shines, the haze should not exist. Carlos looked at the woman standing in front of the crowd with a determined expression, and a thought that he had never had before welled up in his mind. Chapter 245. Milady Holy Maiden, we didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Carlos said to Gu Xingyin. Hearing this, Gu Xingyin frowned. This shouldn't be the case. At this time, she was investigating the outskirts of Icefield City with Carlos and a small team of Knights of Light. Because the matter was rather secretive, Gu Xingyin didn't bring many people with her. But the result of the investigation was abnormal. In the entire outskirts of Icefield City, they couldn't find a single trace of the demons. Because Gu Xingyin had used the Great Purification technique, the aura of the demons had been completely removed. The current situation meant that after that, no more demons had come to Icefield City. Gu Xingyin wasn't so naive as to believe that the only demons harassing the Deep Blue Empire were the ones she had destroyed. She was certain that the demons had some way to conceal their tracks. Perhaps, they just wanted to temporarily avoid the limelight of the Holy Church. This time, the investigation came to an end without any results. The group returned to Icefield City. Carlos. Gu Xingyin said to Carlos. 2 days later, because the demons had been wiped out, the Radiant Church's army left Icefield City, heading to another city that had been harassed by the demons, Icefield City. But contrary to everyone's expectations, on the 3rd day after the Radiant Church's army left, Icefield City was once again attacked by the demons. The power of darkness once again enveloped the entire city. Follow them. In the darkness, 2 pairs of eyes coldly stared at the black-haired demons. These 2 people were Gu Xingyin and Carlos. The Radiant Church's departure from Icefield City was just a pretense. In fact, Gu Xingyin had long expected that the demons wouldn't give up just like that. So, she simply beat them at their own game and pretended to leave this place. She and Carlos were secretly guarding this place, waiting for the demons to arrive. Gu Xingyin watched as the demons arrived at a deserted house in the northeast corner of Icefield City. The few demons vigilantly glanced around, then began to chant an obscure incantation. Gradually, following their voices, a dark red light lit up in the empty space between them, gradually forming a door of light the size of an adult. Without hesitation, the few devils stepped into the light gate and disappeared from the room. Gu Xingyin and Carlos looked at each other. This was clearly a special teleportation formation. Seeing that the dark red wooden door was about to disappear, Gu Xingyin stepped in without hesitation. Carlos watched the slender figure disappear and followed her in. Beep! Gu Xingyin was startled by the system's voice. Destroy the demon's conspiracy and stop Diablo from reviving. There's such a setting for random missions? The system explains seriously, under normal circumstances, random quests will not appear. Don't worry, although this mission seems difficult, the system has checked the data and found that the completion rate of the mission is 100%. The difficulty of the mission is low. Gu Xingyin was speechless. If the system had not always been reliable, she would have suspected that it was lying to her. Stop Diablo from reviving. Such a difficult and dangerous mission was actually low in difficulty and had a 100% completion rate? Could it be that Diablo was already dead and had no chance of being resurrected? Gu Xingyin complained as she found that she had been teleported to a strange place. Chapter 246. The air here was damp and gloomy. The sky here was always overcast, and no light could be seen. The feeling this place gave off was cold, gloomy, and hopeless. The power of darkness that assaulted them made Gu Xingyin feel as if she couldn't breathe. She was born with the body of light, so she had a natural aversion to this place. The Land of Doom. Gu Xingyin quickly understood what this place was based on the memories in his mind. This was exactly the same as the Land of Calamity that God had used to banish the demons. Carlos, who had followed closely behind, had an unsightly expression. Clearly, he had also realized what this place was. The 2 of them realized the severity of the situation. The demons actually already had a teleportation formation to leave the Land of Calamity. Didn't this mean that the shackles of the endless abyss no longer existed for the demons? As long as the demons were willing, they could come to the Ouchi continent at any time. In other words, the citizens of the Ouchi continent were in danger of being attacked by the demons at any time. 2 honored guests, welcome to the Land of Calamity. A feminine voice sounded in this land. Gu Xingyin raised her head. A demon with long dark purple hair appeared in front of the 2 of them. A high-ranked demon. Gu Xingyin looked at this handsome demon with 2 horns on his head. The demon race was divided into ranks. The higher the rank of the demon race, the more handsome they would be. Moreover, the distinctive feature of a high-level demon race was that they would grow a pair of demon horns on their heads, which meant that their bloodline and strength were very powerful. The Holy Maiden of the Light Church, commander of the Knights of Light. The high-grade fiend smiled faintly. The innate charm of the demon race filled his face with a unique androgynous charm. Gu Xingyin's heart trembled. He had discovered their existence so quickly, and even called out their names so clearly. It was very likely that they had been discovered as soon as they arrived. Her expression turned cold. The demons have been banished to the land of calamity, and will never be able to enter the Ouchi continent. This is God's will. Are you demons trying to go against God's will? God? The demon sneered, in the eyes of the God of Light, there are only his believers. He only detests us demons. He is not a god of our demon race. He looked at Gu Xingyin and Carlos with bloodthirsty eyes. Just nice. A holy maiden of the luminous church and a commander of the Knights of Light. I'll capture you and use you as sacrifices for my god to return to the human world. As his voice fell, countless demons rushed out from the darkness and attacked the two of them. Carlos unsheathed his sword immediately. Saintess, stand behind me. Gu Xingyin raised her scepter. I am not a woman who can only hide behind others in times of danger. Carlos was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, all right, Carlos is fortunate to be able to fight alongside the Holy Maiden. The power of light that was incompatible with the land of calamity surged out, burning and corroding those low-level demons, and turning them into ashes in the worst case. It looked like the two of them were crushing the demons, but in reality, Gu Xingyin knew that the situation was not good. There was an endless stream of demons in the land of calamity, but she and Carlos had no way of absorbing the power of light to replenish themselves. If this continued, the two of them would die sooner or later. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but complain, System, didn't you say that the difficulty of the mission was very easy and that the completion rate was 100%? Chapter 247. The system said, the difficulty of this mission is indeed simple. Gu Xingyin's body flickered, and a holy light technique flew over, burning a demon that attacked from behind into ashes. The system was speechless. It silently took back its words, and hid in a corner, pretending to be dead. Gu Xingyin thought. After knowing you for so long, you're actually this kind of system. The land of Cataclysm was the main camp of the demons, and the two could only feel more and more demons swarming over. This could not go on. The two looked at each other, and retreated as they fought. Unfortunately, the land of Cataclysm was an oracle from the God of Light, and was used to banish the demons, using the endless abyss to separate it from the Ouchi continent. They did not know what method the demons used to cross the endless abyss to teleport to the Ouchi continent, but Gu Xingyin and Carlos could not return to the Ouchi continent at this time. 2 days later. Gu Xingyin was close to exhaustion. Carlos's expression was still calm, and there was no sign of exhaustion, but Gu Xingyin knew that his situation was not much better than hers. In front of them was an endless demon army, and behind them was a bottomless endless abyss, like a man-eating monster. The high-level demon looked at the two of them with a smile, as if he was looking at two rabbits that had fallen into his net. Gu Xingyin knew that the demon was toying with them. From beginning to end, not a single high-level demon made a move, and the low-level demons used their lives to force the two of them into a desperate situation. Gu Xingyin did not know how many demons had died at her hands in these 2 days. The two of you, since things have come to this, follow me obediently. Speaking of which, you are lucky to be able to witness the resurrection of our great God with your own eyes. The demon was not at all worried that the two of them would resist. There was no light energy in the land of Cataclysm, and the two of them had no way to replenish their energy. Resurrect the God of Destruction. Gu Xingyin laughed coldly. The God of Light is omnipotent, and your goal will never be realized. Carlos looked at Gu Xingyin with a complicated expression, as if he did not expect her to still have such firm faith in the God of Light at this time. Omnipotent? The demon sneered. If your God is truly omnipotent, then why are you in such a predicament now? Gu Xingyin seemed to be disdainful of him. Don't try to shake my faith with these useless words. She glanced at Carlos and suddenly said, my scepter still has some power of light left. I will try to use it to tear the space here later. Take this opportunity to leave. If you can return to the Ouchi continent, you must tell the Holy See about the demon's scheme. If, then let's leave everything to fate. Carlos's expression changed. What about you? Gu Xingyin smiled but did not speak. The scepter in her hand blazed with light, and the rich light energy made the approaching demons retreat. Is this divine power? The high-grade devilish being's expression changed. The incomparably powerful light divine power brazenly tore a crack in the space of the land of doom. Let's go. Gu Xingyin urged. Carlos did not move, and only looked at her deeply. If I leave, what will you do? Gu Xingyin, in my current state, I definitely won't be able to withstand the spatial crack. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. Carlos did not believe her words at all. The two of them had been forced to this point. If she really had the ability to protect herself, would she have waited until now to reveal it? Chapter 248. Actually, Gu Xingyin wasn't lying to him. She had the system and the main character's luck, so it wasn't easy for her to die. However, Carlos didn't know this at all. He only thought that Gu Xingyin wanted him to leave while he was prepared to die. Gu Xingyin saw that Carlos was about to dawdle again. Her power of light was about to be used up, so she couldn't help but feel anxious. If she continued like this, the demons would kill her. She steeled her heart and directly jumped into the endless abyss behind her. Hurry up and leave. Don't make me jump for nothing. Carlos's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She really jumped down without any hesitation. With a thought, an imperceptible golden light fell into the endless abyss. Carlos ignored the spatial crack that was about to close beside him. He looked at the countless demons in front of him with an expressionless face. The high-level demon was still sighing. As expected of the Saintess. It's a pity that the leader doesn't seem to appreciate it. Before he could finish speaking, cold sweat flowed down his face. The man in front of him didn't know when, but his blue eyes had turned completely golden. All the demons in the land of entrapment felt an endless amount of pressure. The low-level demons couldn't resist anymore and all knelt on the ground. The high-level demon was still holding on, but when Carlos glanced at him, he couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. You want to revive Philosai? A low voice came from Carlos's mouth. The purple-haired demon was already trembling. He didn't dare to answer. How naive. Do you think that you can fight against me just because you revive him? Carlos didn't need him to answer. He was talking to himself. Originally, for the balance between light and dark, I had already given you a way out. I couldn't be bothered with your little tricks. However, you shouldn't have. He didn't continue speaking. Instead, he looked at the endless abyss with a gentle expression. Since you've been causing trouble for so many years, I don't think there's a need to let you run around in the dark. He gently raised his hand, and an incomparably beautiful light slowly condensed in his hand. The terrifying power caused the space here to continuously collapse. The purple-haired devilish being finally couldn't help but yell, "You forced us to do this." The God of Light. As the ruler of this continent, you are known to shine in every corner. But what about us? Have we, the devil race, ever enjoyed the slightest bit of kindness from you? The God of Light looked down at him. From the moment you were born, you were destined to oppose the light. Do you dare to accept my gift? The purple-haired demon was speechless. Not only was the light god's gift not a favor to the demon race, but it was also the sound of death. 10,000 years ago, when the war between the light and the dark ended and Philosai died, it was destined that there would be no more demons on this continent. The God of Light turned around and ignored the demons behind him. A golden beam of light that could break through the darkness of the land of doom for tens of thousands of years broke through the sky, burning all the darkness and evil into ashes. Endless soft halos of light sprinkled down from the sky, revealing the endless abyss that had never seen light before. A speck of golden light floated slightly. If one walked closer to take a look, they would discover that it was a barrier of light, and a figure was sleeping inside. The god of light quietly stared at the peaceful Gu Xingyin. After a long time, he bent down and picked her up. Chapter 249. Gu Xingyin woke up to a strange fragrance. She opened her eyes and saw a beautiful scene that she had never seen before. Countless flowers that she could not name were blooming passionately, and the fragrance came from them. But this was not what surprised her. Those people, with wings dancing gracefully in the air, sitting elegantly on a harp, were her eyes playing tricks on her? She blinked and called out to the system. "Host, there is no need to doubt. You are now in the heavenly realm of this world." The system replied. Heavenly realm? Hathaway's memory came online. Wasn't this the legendary place where the gods lived? Then those. Gu Xingyin looked at those people with snow-white wings. Were they really angels? Did she fail her mission and come to the heavenly realm after dying in the endless abyss? Gu Xingyin started to worry if she had failed her mission. Before the system could speak, it sensed something and shut its mouth. The god of light looked at his believer sitting there in shock, obviously not understanding the situation in front of him. He waved his hand to dismiss the curious angels and walked to the side of Gu Xingyin, who was still in a daze. Gu Xingyin sensed the person's aura and looked over subconsciously. Then, she was stunned. She had never seen such a good-looking person. No, it should be God. Even if Gu Xingyin had never seen the true face of the god of light before, at this moment, she could confirm with one look that this strange man was the god of light. The power of faith that the system gathered for her showed its effect. Almost at the same time that she recognized the god of light, Gu Xingyin became excited. She opened her mouth slightly, and her delicate little face was full of confusion. She stared at the man in front of her, as if she could not believe that she was lucky enough to see God. For a moment, she even forgot to bow. Fortunately, the god of light did not pursue her improper behavior. In fact, he was in a good mood to see his usually gentle and calm believer staring at him in a daze. This was also a kind of affirmation of her charm, wasn't it? The chuckle from the god of light brought Gu Xingyin back to her senses. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly got up to apologize. The god of light extended a hand to support her. No need to be so courteous. A familiar lotus fragrance lingered around Gu Xingyin's body. She was a little stunned. The lover of this life was actually a god. Shocked once again, Gu Xingyin followed the god of light's instructions and sat back down. The god of light laughed as he looked at the silly look on his follower's face. He looked extremely obedient, and there was no trace of the vigor he had when he sacrificed himself to save his companions in the land of woe. Thinking of this, the god of light became unhappy again. Although Carlos was just one of his incarnations, the god of light was still upset at the thought of her dying to save him. A noble god would never admit to being jealous of himself. Gu Xingyin finally digested the fact that her lover was her boss. She looked at the god of light again, and her mood became inexplicably better. With such a cheat in hand, in this world, what mission would she have to worry about not being able to complete? No wonder the system said those words before. The god of light saw her sneaking a glance at him, and then she sat there alone, pursing her lips and smiling. Her little face was flushed red. His mood also became better. Chapter 250. God. Gu Xingyin suddenly thought of something and her expression changed. I had a companion who went to the land of calamity with me. How is he now? The space-time crack was extremely unstable. She didn't know how Carlos was doing. The god of light hesitated. Gu Xingyin's expression suddenly became nervous. The god of light originally wanted to tease her, but seeing Gu Xingyin's slightly pale face, he couldn't bear to make her sad. His figure suddenly changed. His ankle-length hair shrunk to his waist, and his golden eyes turned azure. His face also gradually changed into the one Gu Xingyin was familiar with. I am here, Saintess. Carlos smiled at her. Gu Xingyin witnessed all these changes. It would be strange if she didn't understand. There was no Carlos. He was clearly the incarnation of the god of light. Carlos, it's you. Gu Xingyin asked. As you can see. The god of light smiled and returned to his original appearance. Seeing Gu Xingyin's shocked expression, the god of light once again threw out a bombshell. Carlos admires Hathaway. Do you know about this? Gu Xingyin's face suddenly turned red. Of course she knew about this. However, if it was just Carlos, she would definitely reject him without hesitation. However, Carlos was the god of light, what should she say? The god of light didn't give her a chance to answer. He spoke again. I, the god of light, Alice's, love you. Are you willing to accept my feelings? The world of gods was just that simple and crude. He was never stingy with letting her know what he liked. No citizen of the Ouchi continent would refuse the love of the god of light. As a saintess who wholeheartedly served the god of light, Hathaway naturally wouldn't refuse. For Gu Xingyin, she had already accepted countless confessions from her lover. Everything developed naturally. When Gu Xingyin was hugged by the overjoyed god of light, she was still in a daze, thinking that this development was too fast. After that, the passion of a certain 10,000-year-old virgin made her unable to think about anything else. Gu Xingyin's first thought when she woke up was that the energy of a god was indeed incomparable to that of an ordinary mortal. She had no idea how long she had slept. His body was still a little sore. Thinking about it, he knew that there were definitely many scars on his body. At this moment, she was lying in a familiar embrace. Their skin was pressed against each other, and their warmth blended together. Gu Xingyin missed this feeling very much. She opened her eyes and was met with a pair of dazzling golden eyes. God! She was attracted by those abnormally beautiful eyes and couldn't help but want to reach out and touch them. The god of light allowed her hand to play tricks on his face. Call me Alice's. Gu Xingyin blushed, but she still obediently called out, Alice's. The god of light smiled. Out of respect, mortals had always called him God and did not dare to call him by his name. However, at this moment, hearing these words from Gu Xingyin's mouth made him feel extremely comfortable. The two of them put on their clothes, and the god of light walked through the heavenly realm with Gu Xingyin. The angels looked curiously at the mortal who was being gently held by the god. In their heavenly realm, there had never been a mortal. Gu Xingyin smiled at them. She could feel that there was no malice in their gazes. The angels were innocent and flawless, and they were abnormally beautiful. It was difficult for people to have a bad impression of them. The angels were especially sensitive to good and evil. They felt Gu Xingyin's kindness to them. Soon, angels flapped their wings and brought Gu Xingyin flowers, fruits, nectar, and other gifts. Seeing Gu Xingyin get along well with the little fellows he created and almost forget about him, a certain god of light's expression turned ugly again. Chapter 251. A certain possessive god secretly warned the angels, and they all left as if they were frightened. What's going on? Gu Xingyin was puzzled. The god of light said casually, oh, maybe they all have things to do. Gu Xingyin was suspicious, but she didn't ask any more questions. The two of them spent a few days in heavenly realm without any sweetness until Gu Xingyin proposed to leave. You still want to go back to the Ouchi continent? The god of light frowned, and seemed unhappy. The two of them had just established their relationship, and it was a sweet time. It was no wonder he was unhappy. I'm the Holy Virgin of the Light Church. I can't just disappear without a trace. Gu Xingyin didn't forget about Heidi's mission. Seeing that her lover was still unhappy, Gu Xingyin had to coax him, anyway, you can see me whenever you want, and you can see me whenever you miss me, right? After coaxing and pestering, the man finally relented. However, before Gu Xingyin left the heavenly realm, he still gave her a hard time. Gu Xingyin was still gnashing her teeth when she returned. Gu Xingyin's return was no doubt a relief to the church's personnel. The Holy Virgin had mysteriously disappeared in the ice-filled city, and they could only block the news and secretly send people to investigate. Now, she was finally back. And this time, Gu Xingyin came back with good news. From now on, the Aoqi continent will no longer be threatened by the demon race. This news made everyone rejoice. After the church's personnel confirmed that there were no more demon race auras in the two cities, they began their journey back. During this time, no one asked about Carlos. Gu Xingyin also secretly asked around, and found that no one had any impression of this former commander of the Knights of Light. "Saintess, the bath is ready." Heidi walked in quietly. Gu Xingyin loosened his guard and let her take off his robe. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "You go out. I'll do it myself." Heidi lowered her eyes and left. The moment she closed the door, her eyes revealed undisguised shock. Just now, when she was undressing the Holy Maiden, she clearly saw that there were two ambiguous red marks on her delicate and fair neck. Such marks were obviously proof of love between a man and a woman. Heidi felt her heart beating like a drum. She was a little nervous, but more than that, she was excited. It was obvious that the Holy Maiden had encountered something extraordinary during the days she had been missing. If the Holy Maiden was no longer chaste, Heidi felt her whole body become excited. On the other side, Gu Xingyin was cursing a certain man's lack of self-control in her heart. The marks on her body were, of course, bestowed by the God of Light. Not only did that man like to leave marks on her body, he also domineeringly refused to allow her to use magic to remove them. She had almost been seen just now. She let out a long sigh. "Are you cursing me in your heart?" A low voice came from behind her. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, a body emitting heat pressed against her. "Why are you here?" Gu Xingyin was surprised. "Didn't you say that if I miss you, I can come and see you anytime?" The man chuckled. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Her next words were drowned out by the man's lips. Poor Gu Xingyin. The marks on her body had not been removed, and now there were more. Chapter 252. When Gu Xingyin came out of the shower, it was already a few hours later. The man had already left after her repeated requests. Heidi and Vivian walked in, and Vivian quickly took out a soft towel to dry her long hair. Heidi stood aside, wanting to say something. "What's the matter?" Gu Xingyin looked up at her and felt that her expression was a little strange. Heidi stood aside and glanced at Gu Xingyin. The woman who had just finished showering had a faint pink spread on her exposed skin, perhaps because of the steam. The layer of holy and dazzling halo in the daytime faded away, and the delicate and flawless face was exposed without reservation. This kind of appearance was indeed very tempting. Heidi sneered in her heart, and said softly, "I'm just a little curious, Saintess, what have you experienced these days?" Gu Xingyin thought of the days when she was in the heavenly realm with the God of Light a few days ago, and only felt a little hot on her face. She coughed dryly and said, "It's just a small matter, there's nothing to say." Heidi looked at her jade face covered with pink, and was even more certain of her guess. She continued, "These days, Vivian and I were very worried about your safety, Saintess. Fortunately, you came back safely. Can you just casually pick one or two things to tell us?" Gu Xingyin frowned. Does this Heidi not understand what she meant? "I said I don't want to talk about it, but she's still here. And she's worried about my safety?" Gu Xingyin would believe it if she said that Vivian, this simple girl, was worried about her. Heidi was worried about me? She probably wants me to disappear forever and never come back. She glanced at Heidi and was about to speak, but the Saintess's supporter, Vivian, spoke first. "Heidi, how can you talk to the Saintess like that? The Saintess has already said that she has nothing to say. What do you want to hear?" Vivian was simple, but she was definitely not stupid. She always knew that her companion was not reconciled. She thought that after a long time, Heidi would admit the truth, but she didn't expect that after so long, she still didn't give up. Heidi was embarrassed to continue asking after being scolded by Vivian. She looked at Vivian and sneered in her heart. So protective of Hathaway. When you find out that this so-called saintess has long lost her pure faith, let's see if you will regret your foolishness today. Gu Xingyin received a system notification. Heidi's hatred towards him continued to rise. He knew that she was preparing to deal with him. System, keep an eye on Heidi. I want to see what she's up to. Don't worry, host. Leave it to this system. The system was quite happy that it could be of use. With the 24-hour monitoring system, Gu Xingyin soon understood what Heidi had been doing these days. Inquiring about the past deposed saintesses and the consequences of being abandoned by the Holy See because they lost their chastity. The conditions for succeeding the saintess. Gu Xingyin received the messages from the system one by one. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she recalled the day when Heidi undressed her. So that's how it is. He was afraid that she had discovered something. It was all a man's fault. Gu Xingyin hated it. However, it was good to beat her at her own game. Framing the Saintess of Light was a serious crime in the Holy See, enough to be punished with capital punishment. Letting the system continue to keep an eye on Heidi, Gu Xingyin began to silently wait for this woman to court death. Chapter 253. Heidi didn't do anything for the next half a month. Gu Xingyin knew that she hadn't given up. She was just waiting for the right opportunity. When the crown prince of the Aoqi Empire was born, the emperor personally came to ask the Holy See for his blessing. The emperor of the Aoqi Empire was Hathaway's uncle, so the crown prince could be considered her brother. When the pope came to ask for Gu Xingyin's opinion, Gu Xingyin agreed without hesitation that she would personally bless the crown prince. The ambassador from the Aoqi Empire left happily. Everyone knew that the higher the status of the person who blessed a newborn, the more blessings the child would receive from the gods. Now, in the entire Radiant Church, even the Pope might not necessarily be a match for the Holy Maiden in terms of divine favor. Everyone knew that the Saintess's scepter was personally bestowed by the God of Light. On the day of the Crown Prince's 1-month-old birthday, all the nobles of the Aoqi Empire came to the palace. Gu Xingyin took a bath and changed her clothes. After praying, she went to the main hall. She wore the long robe filled with the power of light given by the God of Light. Holding the scepter personally carved by the god, she went to the crown prince's side. The rich power of light began to gather at his fingertips. Just as Gu Xingyin was about to open his mouth to bless the newly born crown prince, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Wait! This woman doesn't deserve to bless His Royal Highness. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice in surprise. The Saintess's maid? Many people recognized Heidi based on her clothes. How dare you? Heidi, do you know what you're saying? Vivian was the first to react and scolded her. The emperor of the Aoqi Empire also looked at Heidi unhappily. It was such an honor for the Saintess to bless her son. What on earth was this woman doing? Heidi sneered inwardly under everyone's questioning and condemning gazes. You're all so protective of her now. You'll regret it when you find out the truth. She stepped out of the crowd and looked at Gu Xingyin with disdain. I said that Hathaway Louise doesn't deserve to bless the crown prince. She doesn't deserve to be the saintess of the Holy See. Impudent. The members of the Radiant Church who had come with Gu Xingyin were furious. Openly challenging the authority of the Holy Maiden was a taboo. Gu Xingyin stood in the crowd, looking calm as if Heidi wasn't talking about her. Such self-cultivation made many people admire him endlessly. Heidi looked at this woman who was putting on an act. Let's see if you can still pretend to be so hypocritical later. Honorable Saintess, do you dare to swear to the God of Light that you are still chaste? Heidi stared straight at Gu Xingyin. Sure enough, Gu Xingyin had expected her to do this. Heidi's words caused an uproar. Could it be that the Saintess had broken her precepts? She was the personal maid of the Saintess. Since she said so, many people secretly looked at Gu Xingyin suspiciously. Gu Xingyin's expression didn't change in the face of suspicion. She even smiled lightly. Heidi, Do you know how big of a sin it is to smear the image of the saintess and slander the reputation of the saintess? Her words made Heidi even more convinced that she was just bluffing. Heidi was full of confidence. She said calmly, God of light, if I, Heidi, had maliciously smeared the reputation of the saintess, then let me be roasted by the holy fire and never be redeemed. Gu Xingyin, miss, since you want to die so badly, I won't stop you. Chapter 254. She chuckled and bowed to the only statue of the God of Light in the hall. God of Light, your most loyal believer, Hathaway Louise, swears to dedicate my purest body and soul to you. If I betray you, let my body be punished by God and never be redeemed. The God of Light rested his chin on his hand as he watched his believer deceive him. She said to dedicate her body and soul to God, but she didn't mention anything about her chastity. The God of Light laughed as he recalled how she was full of weird expressions in private, completely different from the holy and dignified person in front of him. How could she be so cute? The entire hall was silent, and only Gu Xingyin's clear voice could be heard echoing unhurriedly in the hall. The high and mighty statue didn't move at all. Gu Xingyin turned around and looked at Heidi calmly. Heidi's eyes widened. Impossible, this is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. She threw herself in front of the God of Light's statue and prayed to God, God, you must have been deceived by this woman. I saw it with my own eyes, she is no longer chaste, she. Ah! To everyone's astonishment, streaks of ethereal golden divine flames began to burn on her body. Looking at the woman who was rolling on the ground due to the pain, everyone remembered the oath she had made earlier. By the God of Light, if I, Heidi, maliciously slander the reputation of the saintess, may I be roasted by the holy fire and never be redeemed. The God of Light really couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. Gu Xingyin looked at Heidi who was kneeling in front of the god's statue and begging. She didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. If her plan had succeeded, the one kneeling on the ground and begging would have been Hathaway. Take this sinner away and expel her from the holy church forever. Gu Xingyin said indifferently. Immediately, a clergyman came out and took Heidi who was in pain away. The holy fire on her body was God's punishment. It was added to Heidi's soul and wouldn't affect anyone else. The emperor of the Aoqi Empire also expressed his opinion. The Aoqi Empire didn't welcome sinners who were rejected by the gods. Heidi's wails gradually faded away, and the interrupted blessing ceremony began again. But this time, everyone had a better understanding of the saintess' godly favor, and their attitude towards her became more cautious. The Aoqi Empire's emperor personally carried the crown prince. Gu Xingyin gently placed her hand, which was filled with pure light, between the baby's eyebrows. May the high and mighty God hear my prayers and bestow his blessings upon this child. May he possess unparalleled talent and selfless character. He will become the continent's most valiant warrior and the most wise ruler, bringing peace and prosperity to his people. She opened her eyes and withdrew the power in her hand. At this moment, the baby in the emperor's arms suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Gu Xingyin and giggled. His emerald green eyes were clear and flawless, like the most transparent crystal. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but smile. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the baby's smooth face. Thank you, Saintess. The emperor sincerely thanked Gu Xingyin. Your Majesty is too courteous. Speaking of which, the crown prince is also my younger brother. As his elder sister, I can do my part for him. As soon as Gu Xingyin finished speaking, a gentle white light descended from the statue's hand onto the crown prince's body. Thank the gods. The emperor was overjoyed. The nobles of the Aoqi Empire were also overjoyed. This was the God of Light's pity for the Aoqi Empire. Only Gu Xingyin blushed. She clearly heard a sentence in her ear. This can be considered a meeting gift from me, his brother-in-law, to him. Chapter 255. The Saintess of Light, Hathaway Louise, was greatly favored by the God of Light. When she represented the Holy Church in patrolling the Aoqi continent, as long as she went to a place, within 3 years, that place would be blessed with good weather and full of vitality. Everyone said that she was definitely a messenger sent by God to the Ouchi continent to spread God's gospel. Originally, this was only a compliment from the people of the Ouchi continent to the saintess. However, the fact that the saintess didn't age for hundreds of years made this rumor spread even more. She personally blessed Emperor Charlemagne of the Ouchi Empire, who was also the newly born crown prince, and just as she predicted, he grew into a man of indomitable spirit. Emperor Charlemagne was known as the greatest emperor of the Ouchi Empire. Under his leadership, this ancient empire was like a lion awakening from its slumber, making the entire continent feel a shocking power. Gu Xingyin had lived on the Ouchi continent for 600 years. The pope had already passed away, and the new pope was extremely respectful to this saintess who was greatly favored by God. On this day, she vaguely sensed something. She gathered all the upper echelons of the Light Church. The young and charming saintess smiled as gently as ever. She said, "Recently, I have already felt the call from God. I think that I will soon leave this continent that I love so much." The people of the Light Church were shocked. After so many years, Saintess Hathaway had almost become a symbol of the Light Church. Now, was it finally the time? Many people cried out on the spot. Almost all of them had grown up hearing about the saintess' deeds. After joining the Light Church, they had always worshipped this legendary figure. They had never thought that even though the saintess didn't age for hundreds of years, she was actually just an ordinary person. Since she was an ordinary person, she would have to leave one day. On the third day after Gu Xingyin said this, when the maid in charge of taking care of her helped her get out of bed, she was shocked to find that the saintess had already closed her eyes forever. The mountains and rivers mourned. Gu Xingyin was in the heavenly realm, held in the arms of a certain man as she watched the Light Church and the people of the Ouchi continent hold a grand funeral for her. "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Xingyin turned to look at the man behind her. This person had long wanted her to leave Ouchi continent and return to heavenly realm to live with him. Gu Xingyin still hated him for not knowing how to control himself. How could she let him have his way? In the end, after going around in circles, she stayed in the human world for hundreds of years. If this continued, the God of Light would probably go crazy. The man's answer was a long, hot kiss. On the second day of the funeral, the clergy in charge of guarding the saintess' body watched as her body turned into several streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. There were many witnesses at the scene. After the news spread out, everyone said that the saintess was summoned by the gods and went to the legendary heavenly realm, which was blissful and worry-free. From then on, the rumors about Saintess Hathaway in the Ouchi continent became even more mysterious. Gu Xingyin could no longer remember how long she and her lover had lived in this world. The gods were not immortal. All living things had a cycle of reincarnation. This world would eventually be reborn after being destroyed. Before the God of Light fell into an eternal sleep, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. "I seem to have remembered something." Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile and said, "What a coincidence. I also remember something." The two looked at each other and closed their eyes. Chapter 256. When Gu Xingyin was about to enter the next world, the system reminded her, "Host, it is recommended that you be mentally prepared." Gu Xingyin was suspicious. "What's the matter? Is the next world very difficult?" "System, the environment is harsh." Before Gu Xingyin had time to ask the system what it meant by harsh environment, she found herself in another place. "Gu Xingyin. Ever since my soul became strong enough, the system wasn't gentle to me at all. It clearly gave me a warm reminder before transferring memories." Before she opened her eyes, she found that the surroundings were very bumpy. When she opened her eyes, Gu Xingyin found that her hands and feet were tied and thrown into the back seat of a car. It took her a while to digest the plot. She also understood what harsh environment meant. This world was the apocalypse. The original owner, Li Xingxi, was the third generation of the Li family, and the only female child in the third generation of the Li family. From this, one could imagine how much she was doted on. Moreover, Li Xingxi not only had a good family background, but he was also good-looking and worked hard. At the age of 18, he successfully entered the best university in Hua country, Imperial Capital University. If there was one thing that the original owner wasn't satisfied with, it was Zhong Lingyu, who had been at odds with her since childhood. Zhong Lingyu was the supporting female character of this world. The Li and Zhong families had different standpoints, and the younger generation had always competed with each other since childhood. Zhong Lingyu and Li Xingxi, from childhood to adulthood, competed with each other in terms of appearance, grades, studies, and even boyfriends. Both of them had their own merits. Li Xingxi was bright and beautiful, and Zhong Lingyu was delicate, like a willow, and had an orchid temperament. The two of them were even more competitive in terms of grades. They were admitted to Imperial Capital University in the same year and were known as the two beauties of Imperial Capital University. What made Li Xingxi most comfortable was that the man Zhong Lingyu liked was her boyfriend. She always felt that this matter made her very proud, but she never thought that her boyfriend, Xiao Ziki, was only interested in the Li family's power in the military. When the apocalypse arrived, there was a rumor from the Zhong family that Zhong Lingyu had a rare space ability. Xiao Ziki didn't hesitate to abandon the motionless Li Xingxi and walk together with Zhong Lingyu. During the apocalypse, the military was still strong, and Li Xingxi could have relied on the Li family's power to live a peaceful life. However, Zhong Lingyu joined the largest ability organization in the northern base at that time, Frost. She heard that the boss of Frost liked gorgeous beauties, so she set her sights on Li Xingxi. While the Li family wasn't paying attention, Zhong Lingyu secretly knocked Li Xingxi unconscious and took him away. Who would have thought that before they reached the north, they would encounter a flood of people? Just like that, Li Xingxi died in the zombie tide. Gu Xingyin finished combing and remained silent for a long time. It seemed that at this time, Li Xingxi was already on the way to be kidnapped. The system said, the host can extract the light magic from the previous world. This is the ability that has the greatest destructive power against darkness and filth. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. She immediately thought of something and asked, System, did you do it on purpose? First go to the magic world, then let me come to the apocalypse to complete the mission. The system didn't deny it. It's good for us if the host can complete the mission more easily and securely. If it weren't for the fact that the system didn't have a physical body, Gu Xingyin would have hugged it and kissed it. Chapter 257. The system's actions were very fast. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and felt the abundant light demonic power in her body. In this way, at least she had the power to protect herself in the apocalypse. At this time, the car shook and stopped. Get up and eat. A voice obviously said to Gu Xingyin. She opened her eyes and glanced at the man who spoke. She knew this person. His name was Qiao Cheng. He was one of the 3 people sent by Zhong Lingyu to kidnap Li Xingxi. He was also the only one who treated her kindly. The other 2 people looked at Gu Xingyin with unfriendly eyes. Seeing that Gu Xingyin did not speak, Qiao Cheng thought that Miss Gu Xingyin had lost her temper and refused to cooperate. He sighed and said, It's useless for you to do this. We've already taken you out of the base in the capital. You're just an ordinary person. Even if you escape, you can't go back alive in this world, right? Gu Xingyin was silent for a while and said, Help me untie the rope. Qiao Cheng hesitated. Gu Xingyin sneered. What? Are you worried that I, an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, can escape under the eyes of you 3 people with abilities? At this time, the fat man in the driver's seat said, You little girl have a big temper. But then again, your face is really handsome. He chuckled and glanced at Gu Xingyin with ill intentions. Qiao Cheng untied the rope that bound Gu Xingyin's hands and feet and warned the fat man, Li Zi, don't forget that this woman is to be offered to the boss of Ice Frost Base. The fat man curled his lips. I know, I'm just saying. The other person always covered half of his face with a straw hat and nestled in the passenger seat. Gu Xingyin had never seen his face or heard him speak. However, Judging from the attitude of Lai Zi and Xiao Cheng, this person was probably a ruthless character. The food that Xiao Cheng gave her was just a glass of water and a small bag of compressed biscuits. It didn't taste good and was just barely enough to satisfy her hunger. Even so, Lai Zi still felt heartache. Motherfucker, this food is enough for me to find a hot girl in the base and have a good time. Gu Xingyin, who had always lived a life of luxury. She really couldn't swallow it. At this time, the Li family should be anxious to find her, Gu Xingyin thought absent-mindedly. She looked out of the window. The sky was overcast, as if someone had forcefully covered it with a heavy curtain, blocking the sunlight from entering. The car was parked on a highway. The ground was full of potholes. Occasionally, one could see overturned vehicles on the side of the road, as well as bloodstains and broken limbs. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making it hard for people to breathe. It inexplicably reminded her of the land of woe in the last world. From afar, he saw a wobbly figure moving forward slowly. At this moment, from such a posture, Gu Xingyin knew that it was definitely not a living human. This was the most terrible thing in the apocalypse, zombies. No one knew why the zombies would appear, just like no one knew why the whole world would change when they woke up from their sleep. In just one night, the people who woke up found that the sun didn't rise again. The sky was covered with a layer of haze and the ground began to collapse. Some of them developed the legendary superpowers, but most of them turned into monsters. Chapter 258. Those monsters had no breath, no heartbeat, no emotions, and no consciousness. They only had the instinct to eat people. They were actually dead. Walking Dead. This was the real Walking Dead. This kind of creature was now collectively known as zombies. Zombies fed on the living. Once a normal person was bitten by a zombie, they would also be infected and become a new zombie. Today's Earth had completely become a paradise for zombies. The surviving humans formed several bases. The largest one was, of course, the place where Li Xingxi used to live, the Imperial Base. The world's top scientists and biologists gathered there, as well as the world's most powerful politicians. Secondly, there were bases built by some powerful superpowered people. In fact, the most famous one was Frost, in the north. It was said that Thunder, the ruler of Frost in the north, was not only a rare mutated Thunder superpower, but also the only king-level superpower on Earth. Moreover, he had gathered a large number of loyal subordinates. In terms of high-end combat power, even the Imperial Base might not be comparable to Frost. Gu Xingyin browsed through the information provided by the system and felt more and more that this Thunder was very likely to be her lover. After all, in every world, her lover was almost the coolest and most domineering one. Of course, she still had to wait until she saw the real person to confirm the situation. Gu Xingyin sorted out the plot and counted the days. About 4 days later, her group would encounter a zombie tide. What was a zombie tide? Hundreds and thousands of zombies migrated en masse. With the strength of her group, it was too easy to be swallowed by the excited zombie tide. She had to find a way to avoid this, Gu Xingyin thought to herself. Who sent you to catch me? Gu Xingyin suddenly asked while biting the compressed biscuit. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, but the driver laughed. TSK. Why do you care where we came from? You just need to be obedient. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingyin's expression was unusually calm. I heard you guys talking. It seems that you want to give me to Thunder, the person in charge of Frost. Someone instigated you to do this, right? What kind of benefits can you get from this? The person who had been sitting on the passenger seat with half of his face covered by a hat suddenly moved. His sharp gaze scrutinized Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's expression did not change as he endured his scrutiny. She already knew who this man was, Thunder's confidant, an ice ability user, Len Han. When Gu Xingyin heard this name from the system for the first time, her expression was B. What kind of parents would be so heartless as to give their child, especially their son, such a name? Of course, although this ice-cold name was strange, his strength was solid. In the entire Hua country, there were no more than 10 ice ability users who were close to the 9th level. No one answered Gu Xingyin's question. She didn't take it seriously and said to herself, "Lotzi, your fire ability is at level 4. Did that woman Zhong Lingyu send you to knock me out and take me away?" Qiao Cheng, water ability martial arts, a free ability user from Frost Base. This mission was a temporary commission. She didn't care about the shocked expressions of the two people and slowly looked at the last person. "Your Excellency. Do you also need me to reveal your identity?" Chapter 259. For the first time, the man in the straw hat sat up straight in the carriage. Under the straw hat was a pale and handsome face that could be called beautiful. He looked coldly at Gu Xingyin and said in a hoarse voice, "Then tell me." Gu Xingyin smiled and said, "Your superpower is the same as your name." The temperature in the carriage suddenly dropped, and a thin layer of frost even formed on the seat under Ling Bing's body. Lai Zi and Qiao Cheng looked at Ling Bing in shock. The three of them were not together. To be precise, Lai Zi and Qiao Cheng were together. As for Ling Bing, he was just an ability user that the two of them had brought along after stealing Li Xingxi. In any case, they were all going to Frost Base. One more ability user would be one more guarantee. They could feel the power of Ling Bing, but they never thought that the other party would be able to affect them just by relying on his aura. Especially Fatty Lai. Ice and fire countered each other. He simply had a feeling that under the suppression of the other party, his ability could not be used at all. Unlike the two of them, Gu Xingyin was still smiling indifferently. She guessed that Ling Bing might have appeared here to do some sort of mission. Afraid of causing a misunderstanding, she added, "If I said that I'm not an ordinary person, I'm also an ability user, would you believe me?" Ling Bing did not say anything, obviously waiting for Gu Xingyin to continue. Gu Xingyin did not keep them in suspense. "My superpower is related to prophecy. If you believe me, then listen to what I'm going to say next. If you don't believe me, then pretend that I didn't say anything." The three of them were attracted by her. Prophecy. This was an extremely rare superpower. Frost Base had a prophecy ability user. She could not foresee the details of things, but she had a certain sense of good and bad luck. Even so, that ability user was heavily protected by thunder. Hearing Gu Xingyin say that she had awakened a prophecy ability, the few of them had different reactions. He always had an icy face, and no one could tell what he was thinking except for himself. Lai Zi was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said, "The eldest daughter of the Li family didn't awaken her superpower. This is something that the entire imperial base knows. If you want to make up something, make up a more reliable one." Qiao Qing glanced at Gu Xingyin. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes showed that he didn't believe her. Gu Xingyin didn't look at them. She only stared coldly and said word by word, "For days later, there will be a zombie tide on the national road we are on." TSK. Lai Zi was the first to speak. "I thought you were going to say something." "Zombie horde? How long has it been since the apocalypse? I've never seen a zombie horde. You just opened your mouth and the zombie horde is here." "Shut up." Gu Xingyin was impatient with this fatty. "I've already said it. If you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything." She looked at him coldly. "How about we make a deal?" She coldly raised her eyebrows and looked at the calm girl. She rarely nodded. "Speak. Let's change our route. You send me back to the Imperial base." Gu Xingyin ignored Lai Zi and Qiao Cheng's widened eyes and continued, "For days later, you will see the results. If I'm not wrong, it's equivalent to saving your life." Leng Han felt that this woman was crazy. "Why do you think I will agree?" Chapter 260. Why don't you agree? Gu Xingyin said matter-of-factly, "I already said that if you believe me, the worst result would be a delay of 4 days. But if we really encounter a zombie tide, even if you..." She glanced at Leng Han and said, "I admit that you are very powerful, but even if you are as strong as thunder, you might not be able to escape unscathed from the zombie tide, right?" Leng Han remained silent, as if he was considering. The two of them were going to bring Gu Xingyin back to get the commission. If they were really taken away by this cold person, wouldn't their trip be in vain? Panty shouted, "Don't believe this woman's nonsense. She just wants to take the opportunity to escape." Gu Xingyin coldly glanced at the fatty and said indifferently, "I told you to shut up." When she said these words, it carried the deterrence of light magic. Panty only felt that Gu Xingyin's voice seemed to be knocking on his mind. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't open his mouth for a moment. He looked at Gu Xingyin in shock, but the other party didn't look at him. On the other hand, Leng Han looked at Gu Xingyin thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "All right, I agree." Gu Xingyin smiled slightly, happy cooperation. The two of them actually didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to the other two. Xiao Cheng's expression turned solemn as he looked at Leng Han. "Sir, Miss Li is our spoils of war. It's not very kind of you to be like this." Gu Xingyin sneered and said, "You guys knocked me out and brought me out. You're even preparing to give me away. Now you're talking about kindness." She coldly looked at the two of them. "Before I turn hostile, scram." Panty fiercely spat on the ground. "Fuck, where did this pretty boy come from? I'm giving you some face and being polite, but you really think you're something. Your grandpa Panty." An ice blade flew past his face, and Panty's words came to an abrupt end. He swallowed his saliva, his face somewhat pale. He didn't even see his opponent make a move with that ice blade just now. If this man wanted to take her life, Lotzi shuddered and squeezed out an ugly smile. "Just now. I've offended you." As he spoke, he opened the car door. "Please get out of the car. Forgive us for not sending you off." Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. "Who said we're getting off?" The smile on his face froze. Gu Xingyin said slowly, "I now announce that we are going to rob this car. You two, get out of the car now." A trace of a smile flashed across his eyes when he heard her say such shameless words so calmly. A trace of anger flashed across Pansy's face. He carefully looked at Leng Han, but found that the other party had no intention of objecting. Even if they drove, it would take at least 10 days to reach Frost Base. If they walked, Lotzi hesitated, but Xiaoqing sighed and got out of the car first. Seeing that his companions had left, Lotzi looked resentfully at Gu Xingyin and also got out of the car. Gu Xingyin suddenly called out to Xiaoqing, "Remember to take another path." Xiaoqing didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and walked forward. "With your strength, these two people shouldn't be able to catch you." There were only two people left in the car, so he suddenly said coldly. He looked at Gu Xingyin with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. This Miss Li seemed to be different from the rumors. Chapter 261. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, Li Xingxi was really kidnapped by these two people. She couldn't explain this matter, so she only vaguely said, "Anything can happen when there are accidents." Fortunately, Leng Han didn't care about this. He raised his hand and threw something at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin caught it and saw that it was a bag of packaged ham. She was surprised and said coldly, "Looking at the way you eat the compressed biscuits, I think the young miss has never suffered before." There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, but Gu Xingyin was not angry. She tore open the package. Sure enough, this thing tasted much better than the compressed biscuits. "Thank you." She looked coldly at her. Even though she ate very quickly, she still maintained a good demeanor. Obviously, this was a natural upbringing that had been engraved into her bones. "I just want to wait and see your so-called prophecy. If what you said is true, then this pack of ham is nothing." Of course, Gu Xingyin could hear the cold words, but there was no accident in this kind of thing, right? For days was just about the time the two of them returned to the capital base. One night, after Gu Xingyin fell asleep, she gently pressed a small earring on her right earlobe. Bing bing. A deep voice sounded in Bing Bing's ears. "I told you, don't call me by that name." The handsome man clenched his teeth. A low laugh came from the other end. After a while, he said, "What's wrong? What happened to contacting me at this time? He said coldly. The mission went smoothly, but there was a small accident. I might not be able to go back for the time being. The man on the other side said in a deep voice, what happened? She coldly told him about her encounter with Gu Xingyin and her prediction about the zombie tide. After a moment of silence, he said, follow her well. If what she said is true, do your best to poach her. He turned off the communication and smiled coldly. She was the young miss of the Li family in the capital base. How could it be so easy to poach her? He didn't notice that not far behind him, a tiny light spot was floating on a leaf. Even if Len Han saw this kind of light, he would probably think that it was a firefly. In the apocalypse, there weren't many of these little things. Gu Xingyin was not surprised that Len Han would tell Lei Ting about this. What she wanted was Lei Ting's attention to her. In the distant north, a man stood by the window, still thinking about the news that had been sent back coldly. Li Xingxi. That's interesting. The cold moonlight shone through the window onto his face, outlining a determined and handsome face. It was as if he was the work of an ancient Greek sculptor. The lines on the man's face were cold and firm. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Anyone who was targeted by him would have no room to escape. What are you doing? He looked coldly at the neatly dressed Gu Xingyin in surprise. Night vigil. Gu Xingyin looked at him strangely and instantly understood what he meant. Are you afraid that I'll sneak away while you're asleep? Gu Xingyin said, don't worry, the most powerful ice ability user on Earth right now. I won't be willing to throw away such a powerful bodyguard before returning to the capital base. Chapter 262. Han Bing knew that she had misunderstood his meaning and said, I just didn't expect that a young miss like you would take the initiative to ask for a night watch. Gu Xingyin stopped what she was doing and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. You look down on women? Cold, no. Then that's it. Gu Xingyin checked her outfit, used her hand to support herself, and nimbly climbed onto the roof of the car. She looked at Gu Xingyin coldly with a complicated gaze, then obediently opened the car door and sat in. The night passed without incident. The next day, when he woke up, he saw Gu Xingyin coming down from the roof of the car. Her body was light and graceful, and her feet were accurately calculated to ensure the least effort and leeway. She could see more clearly during the day than at night. From her actions, it could be seen that this woman was not like the rumors that she was an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. Not to mention her special ability, just the move she casually showed was not something that could be done by someone who was not trained in martial arts. Gu Xingyin smiled, her body had been modified by the system, and her data was close to the peak of ordinary humans. Furthermore, Gu Xingyin had experienced the world of sword cultivators before. Although this world was not suitable for sword cultivators, the external martial arts of body refinement were very suitable. The two of them casually ate 10 o'clock food and continued to head towards the imperial capital base. You drive, I'll rest for a while. Wake me up if anything happens. Gu Xingyin said a few words to Len Han without the slightest hesitation. She leaned against the passenger seat and fell asleep with her head tilted to the side. The woman's appearance was undoubtedly beautiful, otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have had their eyes on her. Looking at her from such a close distance, there was still not a single flaw on her face. Her plump lips were slightly pouted. Thinking about it, the feeling of her tentacles should be, realizing what he was thinking, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his cold and pale face. He retracted his gaze, started the car, and turned his attention to the road ahead. The two of them were lucky. Other than encountering a few lone zombies, nothing major happened. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Imperial Capital Base. As the world's largest survivor base, Imperial Capital Base had the strictest security and auditing. Gu Xingyin looked at the long line outside the base. They were all people who came from other places to seek protection. She got out of the car and walked to the front of the team. Miss Li. The person in charge's eyes lit up when he saw her. Li Xingxi was very famous in the base. Moreover, the Li family had almost turned the entire base upside down in order to find her. The manager made a phone call. Gu Xingyin waited patiently at the side, coldly standing beside her without saying a word. Soon, a tall man in a camouflage uniform rushed over. "Baby." The man saw Gu Xingyin and blurted out happily. Gu Xingyin, before she could say anything, the man gave her a strong bear hug that suffocated her. With great difficulty, she broke free from the man's embrace. Gu Xingyin glared at the man. "Third brother, what are you calling me in front of so many people?" The man smiled when he heard this. He looked at Gu Xingyin with interest. "Where have you been these past few days? We're so anxious. Grandpa hasn't slept for several days." At this time, he saw the coldness behind Gu Xingyin, and his face immediately turned from doting to serious. "Who are you?" Chapter 263. Gu Xingyin quickly smiled and said, "Third brother, I was knocked unconscious and taken away. He was the one who saved me." Only then did Li Minglang's expression look a little better. He sincerely said to Ling Leng, "Thank you very much, my code name is Ice," he said coldly. Li Minglang was stunned. "Code name Ice?" He looked at Ling Leng with vigilance. "I didn't expect you to be the head of the Ice faction. I wonder why you have come to my imperial capital base." Gu Xingyin said at this time, "Third brother, I've been standing here for so long. Let's go in first and talk, okay?" After the two of them were tested and confirmed that they did not carry the virus, they were brought back to the Li family by Li Minglang. The Li family had already received the news that Gu Xingyin had returned safely. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the Li family's hall. After enduring a wave of concern from her family, Gu Xingyin began to talk about her experiences in the past few days. "My Li family will definitely not let those two adepts go." Old Man Li immediately issued a wanted order. And Lotzi could be considered to have entered the blacklist of the imperial capital base. Gu Xingyin didn't feel that this was too much. Even if had shown her a trace of kindness, she still advised him not to go to the places where the zombie tide passed. However, the sins he had committed before could not be offset. Before doing anything, one had to consider the consequences of this matter. "When I was in the car, I discovered that I had awakened a superpower." Gu Xingyin released this bombshell. "What?" The Li family was both surprised and happy. Their family's Xingshi was the treasure of the whole family, and the lack of superpowers had always worried the whole family. After all, in this apocalyptic world, it was really too difficult for an ordinary person. Gu Xingyin did not hide anything. She first said what she had said to Ling Han earlier, "Today is already the 4th day. If nothing unexpected happens, the zombie tide has already begun to appear." The Li family was still stunned by the shocking news she had brought. Gu Xingyin had brought an even greater shock. She raised her right hand, and specks of light flickered between her fingers. An incomparably holy aura filled the air. "Actually, I've awakened 2 arcanas. Other than prophecy, there's also light." This time, even Ling Han raised his eyebrows. It was actually a rare dual elemental ability. The prophecy ability aside, the light ability was also an extremely rare ability in the post-apocalyptic world. Ling Han had only seen one ability user with a light ability. That ability user's ability was very weak and could only be used as a light source. It was definitely not like the light on Gu Xingyin's hand, which made people feel peaceful and tranquil from the bottom of their hearts. No one could ignore the power contained in the fragmented light on her slender, soft, and fair fingertips that could even be called a work of art. Gu Xingyin's fingers moved slightly, and a glimmer of light fell from her fingertips. The floor of the Imperial base, which was made of the strongest material and could resist the attacks of zombies, melted into a hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone looked at Li Xingxi's beautiful white hands in shock. Who would have thought that this pair of seemingly weak and harmless hands actually possessed such terrifying destructive power? Good. Old Man Li was the first to react. He laughed loudly, as expected of my Li family's descendant. Leng Han also recovered from his shock and thought to himself that he must report this news to his boss later. Chapter 264. After Gu Xingyin's superpower was detected, she was incorporated into the superpower team of the Imperial Capital Base by the Li family. Even though she was the most favored daughter of the Li family, she still had to bear the responsibility of a superpower user. It was precisely because these superpower users had been fighting at the forefront that they brought safety to more ordinary people in the base. They enjoyed better treatment than ordinary people, and no one felt that it was unfair. Gu Xingyin joined the first group of superpower users in the Imperial Capital Base. The superpower users in the Imperial Capital Base were divided into 10 groups, with the upper limit of 100 people in each group. They were divided according to strength. The first group was where the most powerful superpower users in the entire Imperial Capital Base gathered. That night, Gu Xingyin sat there quietly, waiting for a result. The Li family told the other people in charge of the Imperial Capital Base. Although they didn't believe that there would really be a zombie tide, under the Li family's compulsion, they ordered their subordinates to avoid the area pointed out by Gu Xingyin. The satellite of the Imperial Capital Base also began to monitor that route. They didn't find any movement until midnight. Many people were relieved. Li Minglang even comforted Gu Xingyin. "Don't worry. Maybe your premonition is wrong. This is normal." Gu Xingyin stared at the surveillance screen. "Wait, look." Her words attracted everyone's attention. "Inform the researchers to open the map again." "Open it." Old Master Li was the first to notice that something was wrong. He ordered in a deep voice. The entire central area was completely displayed in front of everyone. Then, everyone's face turned ugly. Everyone could see that countless invisible red dots were gathering from all directions. Although the speed was very slow, it was only a matter of time before they gathered together. Everyone knew what those red dots meant: zombies. That night, none of the higher-ups of the Imperial Capital Base rested. No one knew how lethal thousands of zombies would be when they gathered together. What kind of force could resist their attack? The Imperial Capital Base held a recollection overnight. Gu Xingyin, the person who successfully predicted the zombie tide, was naturally treated as a distinguished guest. "I wonder if Miss Li can predict the purpose of the zombies this time." The speaker was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and had an amiable temperament. He was the head of the Zhong family, Zhong Lingyu's father, Zhong Changchuan. Li Xingxi admired this person very much. Although the Zhong and Li families had always been at odds, Patriarch Zhong had always done things for the country and the people. It was just that Zhong Lingyu's mother died early, and her relationship with her father had been bad since she was a child. After awakening her abilities, she didn't stay in the Imperial Capital Base but chose to go to the far north. She shook her head. "I can only roughly sense that their target is not the Imperial Capital Base." Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Xingyin was telling the truth. This wave of zombies did not target any human base. Instead, they gathered together and went to the glaciers in the southernmost part of the earth. Even though the weather there was extremely bad, and countless zombies could not withstand the extreme cold and fell there, the remaining zombies did not stop moving. It was as if something was summoning them. Inexplicably, Gu Xingyin had a bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 265. This time, the meeting didn't come to a conclusion. In the end, the base decided to hold a meeting with the other large bases. Gu Xingyin also started talking to the system. "System, how did the zombies in this world come to be?" Gu Xingyin frowned. This disaster came out of nowhere. It was as if the entire Earth had mutated overnight. The system flashed with white light. It wasn't shown in the original plot. The system can only detect abnormal energy fluctuations in the south. South? Gu Xingyin looked into the distance. Was that the destination of the zombie wave? Gu Xingyin officially reported to the 1st Regiment today. The 1st Regiment's headquarters was in the eastern region of the base. In terms of treatment and facilities, it was one of the best in the entire Imperial base. Gu Xingyin was attracted by many facilities along the way. There were a lot of fitness and power training equipment. Many ability users were training their powers or sparring with each other. In this world, the stronger one's strength was, the higher the chance of survival. No one dared to relax. She also attracted a lot of attention. It wasn't until Gu Xingyin walked into the innermost office that the ability users started to talk. Who is this beauty? Is she a new ability user in our first regiment? You don't know her. The famous Miss Li of the Li family, Li Xingxi. I heard that she was tested to have awakened an ability. She was assigned to the first regiment as soon as she awakened. It seems that her potential is not low. Someone sighed. There were a total of 9 levels in the apocalypse. After the 9th level was the legendary king level. Generally, when a paranormal first awakened, they were all level 1 paranormals. At first, everyone thought that paranormals started from level 1, and later on, high-level paranormals appeared one after another. Later, they found out that not all ability users were level 1 ability users when they first awakened. There were a small number of people whose abilities reached level 2, level 3, or even level 4 as soon as they awakened. At the same time, their abilities were stronger than the average ability user, and their speed of growth was faster than the average ability user. The only king-level ability user on Earth, Lei Ting, was said to be a powerful level 5 ability user when he first awakened. The first regiment's threshold was also level 5. Could it be that Miss Li was also a level 5 talent when she first awakened? How is that possible? There's only one person on Earth with a superpower like Lei Ting. Not just anyone can compare to him, a man with an arrogant expression said disdainfully. His words weren't pleasant. Although some people frowned, no one refuted him. Taking a closer look, the surrounding people all looked at this man with fear in their eyes. This man's name was Mu Yi, a level 7 metal ability user. A 7th level ability user, even in the first group, was considered a very powerful expert, not to mention that the metal type ability user was famous for its powerful attacks. Mu Yi's temper was famous in the base for being difficult to get along with, and he hated people with prominent backgrounds. It was said that when the zombie attack broke out, Mu Yi's parents, who were ordinary people, were killed by zombies because they didn't get help in time. Since then, he had a bad impression of those who enjoyed special privileges. There was another reason why he didn't like Li Xingxi. Mu Yi once confessed to Li Xingxi, but at that time, Li Xingxi, who had just learned that Zhao Ziki betrayed her without hesitation, rejected him with a very bad attitude. Chapter 266. Congratulations on becoming a member of our first regiment, Miss Li. A burly man reached out his hand to Gu Xingyin with a smile. You're too kind, Commander Shen. Gu Xingyin was also smiling. Shen Zhong was the strongest man in the Imperial base, the leader of the 1st Regiment, and a 9th-level pinnacle fire ability user. He was the only one in the 1st Regiment who knew Gu Xingyin's true power level. Shen Zhong was naturally very happy to welcome this strong man. He personally brought Gu Xingyin to the place where the ability users were gathered and introduced Gu Xingyin to them. This is Miss Li Xingxi, a light ability user and a new member of our 1st Regiment. She's temporarily assigned to the 2nd Squad. Lin Xiao, I'll leave Xingxi to you. A young man in his 20s stepped forward and said, Yes, sir. Some people nearby joked, Lin Xiao, your 2nd Squad is so lucky to have such a beauty. That's right, that's right. They're not like our team. They're all men. Commander, what's the level of this Miss Li's power? The minimum requirement for joining our 1st Regiment seems to be a 5th level ability user, right? Mu Yi said with an unpleasant expression. Shen Zhong's face darkened. He knew Mu Yi's little problem. But for the sake of Mu Yi's strength, he tolerated it. However, Gu Xingyin's power level was currently a secret, so he couldn't casually reveal it. He was just thinking of an excuse when Gu Xingyin said with a smile, Why go through so much trouble? I heard that we're going out on a mission today, so I volunteered to sign up and let everyone have a look. When she said this, she won the good impression of many people. Obviously, the commander deliberately ignored her power level when introducing her. There must be a special meaning behind it. After all, the Imperial Base's review of ability users was quite strict. In fact, according to the people in power in the base, Gu Xingyin had the power of prophecy, so it was best for her to stay in the base and receive everyone's protection instead of going out and putting herself in danger. This suggestion was firmly rejected by Gu Xingyin. What a joke! Her prophecy ability was nothing but nonsense. What she relied on was that she knew a little about the plot of this world. Gu Xingyin's true strength lay in the light magic she inherited from the previous world. Gu Xingyin could not afford to stay in the base every day and enjoy the leisure brought about by the bloody battles of others even though he had the strength to back him up. In the end, Gu Xingyin clenched her teeth and displayed the might of a high-ranked light magic in front of those people. Only then did the shocked crowd agree to let her go on a mission. However, even though they were very confident in her abilities, the people in the base also secretly informed Xinzhong that when Gu Xingyin went out to do missions, they must arrange for a few people to secretly protect her. If necessary, he would die for her. This was the order Xinzhong had received. He didn't know what Miss Li had that could make the boss of the base say something like that, but he still lowered his head and accepted the order. This time, their mission was to rescue their companions who were trapped in an abandoned military factory. The group of ability users also went out to take on the mission. They found an arsenal. As a result, after covering the rest of the team and moving the arsenal away, the remaining 8 people found that the only exit had been surrounded by a large number of zombies. Fortunately, although they couldn't get out and the zombies outside couldn't come in, the food in their backpacks couldn't last for a few days, so they sent a distress signal to the base. Chapter 267. In the end, the rescue team was made up of 15 people. Among them were Gu Xingyin and Mu Yi, who insisted on tagging along. When they arrived at the military factory, they found that things were far trickier than they had imagined. The factory had almost become a zombie nest. Gu Xingyin estimated that there were at least 200 zombies wandering around. According to those paranormals, they were in a secret room with only one exit. Although zombies couldn't get in, it also meant that even if they came out, they would have to face hundreds of zombies' attacks. A paranormal turned on the communicator in his ear. "Monkey, monkey, are you there? Answer me if you can hear me." He turned on the sharing mode, so Gu Xingyin heard his answer clearly. "I can hear you. We are in the 2nd floor of the basement of the military factory. We have sent people out to explore these 2 days. The zombies are mainly active in the basement, the big exit, and the hall of the military factory. There are not many zombies in front of our door. The basement is the only way. If we want to go through it, we have to kill all the zombies in there. Every time we try to break out, we die here. There are too many zombies. We can't kill all of them. After we kill a batch, new ones will come. So, in fact, the main thing is to rely on speed. As long as we can kill all the zombies in an instant, it won't be difficult." Gu Xingyin said in a low voice. "Kill all the zombies in an instant?" Mu Yi sneered. "Miss Li, do you think zombies are made of foam? Do you think they will be destroyed by your light power?" He was obviously mocking Gu Xingyin's light power. Gu Xingyin frowned and didn't say anything. It was best to slap this kind of person in the face with facts. After parking the car in a secluded place, they got out and approached the military factory. There were scattered zombies wandering around outside. A fire paranormal lit a flame between his fingers and put a piece of meat of an unknown creature on it to roast. The wind paranormal successfully sent the smell into the armory. Soon, howls could be heard coming from the armory. One by one, zombies appeared at the gate. They seemed to be hesitating about where the smell was coming from. The fire-powered man grinned and said, "Watch how I sneak away from the zombies." He took a stick out of nowhere and hung the piece of meat on the roof of the car. Then, he stepped on the accelerator. The rumbling sound attracted the attention of the zombies, and the smell of food seemed to be coming from that place. Many zombies came out of the military factory one after another and started to chase after his car. I'll take these zombies for a ride first. I'll leave the rest to you. The voice of the paranormal came from the communicator. Looking at the situation, more than half of the zombies in the military factory should have come out. The few of them stepped into the dilapidated gates of the military factory. The abandoned military factory was like a man-eating beast, coldly looking at the group of people walking towards it. Sure enough, there were fewer zombies in the hall. Only a few were wandering around, but no one was relaxed. Perhaps due to the influence of the previous fragrance, the zombies inside seemed to be a little restless, and creepy howls rose and fell one after another. These zombies are breaking the door. The paranormal who was trapped in the secret room suddenly panicked. Chapter 268. Gu Xingyin looked serious and said, "Let's make it quick." She took the lead and walked inside. Many people saw that the female paranormal's fingertips were shining. Those zombies seemed to be afraid of her power, and they hesitated, which was rare. That had never happened before. Everyone thought that zombies had no thoughts, so how could they be afraid? Gu Xingyin smiled secretly. Although they had no thoughts, their biological instincts were always there. In the magic world, those zombies belonged to the dark side. Naturally, they would be afraid of the purest power of light. Stay for 3 months to clean up the zombies in the hall. The rest of you, follow me. Gu Xingyin played the role of a leader without any self-awareness. Although the others were dissatisfied, they knew that it was not the time to care about that. They soon came to the big exit of the basement. Sure enough, there were many more zombies here than in the hall. Humph! Mu Yi wanted to show off. He spread his hands, and dozens of sharp blades with cold light attacked the zombies. Many zombies fell to the ground. He looked at Gu Xingyin and smiled provocatively. To everyone's surprise, Gu Xingyin didn't use her big move. Instead, she praised, "Well done. You're very good." Mu Yi looked like he had swallowed a few flies in an instant. At that time, a voice sounded in everyone's ears again, "These zombies seem to be crazy. They're hitting the door desperately. We can't hold it anymore." Gu Xingyin took the lead. She moved her feet continuously to avoid the attacking zombies. Unexpectedly, she planned to go directly to the passage. Mu Yi paused for a moment and then followed behind her. Several superpowered people also followed behind them. The rest were responsible for cleaning up the zombies at the big exit, so that they wouldn't be attacked from the front and the back. When they came to the entrance of the passage, the scene in front of them made their scalps tingle. The entrance of the 2-meter-wide passage was crowded with zombies. Gu Xingyin and the others couldn't even see the other side of the passage. Most of those zombies had incomplete limbs, and they stank all over, which really made people lose their appetite. Gu Xingyin only felt a murderous aura permeating the air. Although she did not possess the body of light, she still practiced light magic. Thus, she was naturally repulsed by these filthy things. Mu Yi looked at the zombie crowd in front of him and couldn't help but hesitate. There are so many of them. It's impossible for us to save them before the next batch of zombies comes. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes. A holy aura emanated from her body. Not only did the superpowered people feel strange, even the zombies in the corridor seemed to feel something and became more restless. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hands, and a 1-foot-long crescent-shaped white light blade gradually took shape in her hands. The astonishingly beautiful woman closed her eyes. Her jade-like fair hands held the light blade as if she was holding a new moon. She was so beautiful that she looked like an untainted god from the legends. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, the onlookers would have praised the beautiful scene. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and gently spat out a few words that no one could understand. Blade of Judgment. Of course, the people in this world couldn't understand the magic spell she said. But at this moment, no one thought about what she said. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. The light blade, which was originally only a foot long, grew rapidly after it left Gu Xingyin's hands, and gradually turned into a white light that soared into the sky. And the zombies that touched this light melted like spring snow, vanishing into thin air. It was horrible. Chapter 269. The entire passage was empty in an instant. It was dead silent. It was Gu Xingyin's words that broke the silence. The zombies outside have been cleared. Come out quickly. Mu Yi came back to his senses, feeling his throat dry. The others also looked at Gu Xingyin's hands in shock. It was hard to imagine that such a pair of hands could be so destructive. The heavy door was pushed open. A few figures ran over from the other side of the passage. They were the superpowered people who were trapped in the secret room. Looking at the empty passage, the superpowered people were confused. Didn't you say that you cleared the zombies? Why is this place so clean? It was so clean, as if the zombies had never been here. The superpowered people looked at each other, not knowing how to describe the scene they had just seen. In fact, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that it was a scene from a magic film. The roars of zombies were heard again. It seemed that more zombies were coming. Gu Xingyin made a prompt decision. Let's get out of here. They came to the exit. There were at least dozens of zombies around. The superpowered people joined the fight and soon cleared a path. Don't fight. Let's get out of here. Gu Xingyin didn't use magic again. Although she could still use such mid-level magic a few times, those superpowered people could handle it. When they went out, they were surprised to find that the fire-powered man, who had led the zombies for a walk, was waiting for them. In addition, there were a few strange cars outside. Gu Xingyin looked at one of the cars. Her intuition told her that the man inside was very strong. At the same time, a pair of penetrating eyes focused on her. The fire-powered man walked up and said, "When I was leading the zombies for a walk, I happened to meet people from Ice Frost Base. They killed those zombies by the way." Gu Xingyin frowned. There was only one person in Ice Frost Base who could make her feel threatened. She walked to the front of the car and knocked on the window, which had obviously been specially treated. Thunder. His tone was firm. The special glass slowly lowered, revealing the man's resolute and angular face. The eldest daughter of the Li family? Gu Xingyin bent down and leaned close to the window. They could hear each other's breathing. Thunder heard her laugh and said, "Nice to meet you." Then, she nodded at the people from Ice Frost and left in a carefree manner. She really did just say hello. A superpowered man from Ice Frost Base was left dumbfounded. This woman is really unique. He had seen many women sticking close to his boss, but this was the first time he had seen such a natural and unrestrained woman. Lei Ting frowned. He felt that Gu Xingyin gave him a different feeling. The first time he saw her, he felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart. Ever since he was young, he had been having a recurring dream. In the dream, there was an indistinct figure of a woman. He could only occasionally see a pair of gentle and quiet blue eyes and a head of dazzling golden hair. In the dream, a dignified and noble voice kept telling him, "Find. Find her. Find her." He could feel his desire for that woman in the dream. It seemed that without that figure, his whole life was incomplete. Thunder didn't reject the dream. On the contrary, he believed that it was a hint from God, asking him to find the other half of his life. Chapter 270. But in the vast sea of people, it was very difficult to find a figure that existed in dreams. So there was a rumor in Ice Frost Base that Lei Ting liked beauties. In fact, Lei Ting had never touched any of the beauties that were sent to him. None of those people were her. He knew. But when he saw Gu Xingyin today, he felt different. He was like a traveler who had been thirsty for countless years and finally found the sweet spring of his life. Lei Ting looked at Gu Xingyin's back, his eyes full of determination. He didn't hide his aggressive eyes. How could Gu Xingyin not see it? She sneered in her heart. She had already confirmed that Lei Ting was her lover with a quick glance. Very good, he liked beauties. There were still many beauties sent to Ice Frost Base to please him. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. The most beautiful part of Li Xingyin was her watery peach blossom eyes. At this moment, Gu Xingyin was angry, but she didn't look fierce. Instead, the way she glared at him was a little cute. Mu Yi only felt his heart beat faster when he saw Gu Xingyin like this. He liked Li Xingyin. Otherwise, with his pride, he wouldn't have confessed. But after being rejected, he was ashamed and angry. He couldn't put down his pride, so he kept targeting Gu Xingyin. But Gu Xingyin had shown her absolute strength in front of them. Now, he didn't think there was anything wrong with her temper. Strong people were always different from ordinary people. Thinking of this, Mu Yi took out an unopened bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to Gu Xingyin. He said in his softest voice, "Thank you for your hard work." Gu Xingyin glanced at him in bewilderment. He did not know why this man had suddenly changed his mind. But her mind was full of Lei Ting, so she didn't care too much. She vaguely thanked him and accepted his kindness. Lei Ting looked coldly at Mu Yi, who was fawning over Gu Xingyin. He suddenly asked, "Who is that person?" The man beside him was confused by his question. He followed his gaze and said, "That man is Mu Yi from the capital base, a 7th-level gold power possessor. He's a famous master in the capital base." Lei Ting snorted softly, his voice full of disdain. The person who spoke earlier didn't know what Mu Yi had done to make his boss dislike him so much. However, he still silently lit a row of candles for this brother. "Brother, if you are remembered by our boss, your future will be quite exciting." People from the Ice Frost base happened to be invited to attend the meeting this time, so the two sides just set off at the same time. At first, the people in the Imperial base were quite happy. After all, the title of the #1 Thunderbolt superpower was not for nothing. With him, there was no need to worry about the threat of zombies. However, their faces soon darkened. Lei Ting, who was rumored to be fond of beauties, had actually taken a fancy to the most beautiful flower in their Imperial base. Lei Ting didn't try to hide his behavior at all. The few superpower possessors from the capital base who had witnessed the scene of Gu Xingyin showing her invincible power in the military factory had already put Gu Xingyin in a very high position in their hearts. In this way, no matter how strong Lei Ting was, he didn't deserve Gu Xingyin, who was like a goddess, in their eyes. Chapter 271. When Gu Xingyin went out the next day, anyone could see that she was in a bad mood. Gu Xingyin secretly despised herself. "Why couldn't I hold on and let that stinky man succeed? System, why didn't you stop me?" she complained. The honest system's answer hit her in the heart. "The system detected the host's thoughts at the time, and you were willing to do it." Gu Xingyin. "Shut up." She took the initiative to apply for a mission to eliminate the small drum zombie that day, and almost didn't give her other teammates a chance to make a move. The battle allowed her to vent the grievances in her heart, and it also allowed all the ability users in the team to see the valiance of a great beauty. No one dared to look down on her because of her appearance anymore. Lei Ting was strolling around the Imperial capital base with several ability users from Ice Frost base when they saw Gu Xingyin and the others coming back with murderous intent. Seeing Lei Ting and the others, Gu Xingyin, who was the leader, just glanced at them indifferently and left directly. The others originally wanted to say hello, but when they saw Gu Xingyin walk away, they had to follow. The ability users from Ice Frost base looked at them and exclaimed, "The ability users from the Imperial capital base are all so imposing." When Lei Ting heard this, he just smiled and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Last night was the most peaceful sleep he had ever had in his life. There was no disturbing voice calling in his ear, and his heart was no longer at a loss. The treasure he had been searching for many years finally returned to his arms. In the next few days, Gu Xingyin went out to do missions almost every day, while Lei Ting discussed various matters in the base. The two had almost no chance to meet. It wasn't until half a month later that the talks of more than a dozen bases finally came to a conclusion. Go to the source of the zombie gathering and find out the cause of the zombie tide. Gu Xingyin had to go this time. Because the system told her at the last minute that a new mission had appeared in this world. The original female lead's life was originally just to kill Zhong Lingyu as cannon fodder and take back her position as the female lead. But now, Zhong Lingyu was no longer important. Gu Xingyin was dumbfounded when she saw the new mission issued by the system. Save the world. Ever since she was born, the system had been by her side, and the idea in her mind had always been to become a qualified female lead. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be given such a lofty task. The system was a little helpless as well. This is a temporary change in the laws of the world. In other words, Zhong Lingyu doesn't need to care about her anymore. As long as the host saves the world, she will definitely be loved by the law and admired by all people. There is no more suitable female lead than this. Gu Xingyin was not blinded by the cake. Then, the main point is, how do I save the world? The system said, you'll have to dig it out yourself. Gu Xingyin, bad review. The system pretended that it didn't hear anything. Don't worry, host. I will always be by your side and do my best to help you complete the mission. Since she wanted to save the world, it must have something to do with zombies. No matter what, Gu Xingyin had to go to the extreme south to investigate. Gu Xingyin's request to go with her didn't receive much resistance. This trip to the South Pole gathered almost all the peak powers of the entire human race. As Gu Xingyin, who had the prophecy ability, going with them could be said to be a guarantee. Chapter 272. This exploration was without a doubt the largest human activity in recent years. A total of 30 of the most powerful human ability users, as well as 5 top scientists in biotechnology and other fields, accompanied them. It was worth mentioning that Zhong Lingyu happened to be among them. She came as a reserve member. After all, space ability users were really convenient in storing supplies. Zhong Lingyu didn't know that Gu Xingyin was also there at first. It wasn't until she received the notice and boarded the plane that she saw Gu Xingyin sitting there calmly that her eyes widened in surprise. Why are you here? Her tone wasn't very good. Gu Xingyin glanced at her. Why are you here? Zhong Lingyu raised her head proudly. Naturally, I was invited to become a member of the Antarctic exploration team. Of course, she had a reason to be arrogant. Looking around, all of them were famous ability users. Being able to sit with them was undoubtedly an affirmation of her strength. Gu Xingyin shrugged her shoulders. Is there a second reason? Zhong Lingyu's expression changed. After all, she wasn't stupid. She looked at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. You've awakened an ability. Gu Xingyin had no time to pay attention to her now, because she was airsick. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but the person sitting next to Gu Xingyin was Lei Ting. Of course, Gu Xingyin, who knew men's nature well, was more inclined to the latter. Lei Ting looked at Gu Xingyin's pale face and only felt distressed. He would never have believed that one day, he would feel distressed because of such a small thing as airsickness. However, looking at Gu Xingyin's frown because of her discomfort, and her originally full and rosy lips had lost their color, he only felt that his heart was twisted into a ball. He only wished that he could replace her. He had experienced this feeling in his lifetime. Gu Xingyin was dizzy at the moment. She never knew that there could be such an uncomfortable thing in this world. System, can you shield me for a while? She felt like she was about to faint. The system said, I'm sorry, this is a problem that came with the original Li Xingxi. It can't be cured. Gu Xingyin said, then let me pass out. At this moment, Lei Ting forcefully pulled Gu Xingyin into his arms. Gu Xingyin buried her face in the man's chest, and a light lotus fragrance wafted into her nose. She only felt that her dizziness had subsided a little. She was too lazy to struggle and indulged herself in the man's arms, her consciousness sinking into darkness. Lei Ting looked at the woman in his arms. She was like a soft kitten, nestled in his arms. This was not her style. According to Gu Xingyin's personality, shouldn't she have pushed him away? After waiting for a long time, the person in his arms did not move at all. Thunder loosened his grip slightly and saw Gu Xingyin's tightly shut eyes. He panicked and quickly checked. After finding that the other party was just asleep, he laughed. He hugged her even more tightly in his arms. From the side, Gu Xingyin's entire upper body was almost in Lei Ting's arms. It turned out that Li Xingxi and Lei Ting actually had this kind of relationship. Zhong Lingyu, who had been looking at Gu Xingyin, felt that she seemed to have discovered something. So what if she awakened her abilities? She didn't even mix with a man like Lei Ting, who was famous for being a playboy. Zhong Lingyu was secretly a little proud. After all, Zhao Ziki could be considered to be devoted to her. But Lei Ting was known to like beauties. She subconsciously ignored Lei Ting's actions. It was impossible for him to do it with a playful attitude. Chapter 273. Gu Xingyin was woken up by a man. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was almost in Lei Ting's arms, and the other people in the cabin had already gone down. She hurriedly broke away from the man's arms. Lei Ting was quite reluctant to part with her. The feeling of having a soft and warm body in his arms was indeed much better than the empty arms at the moment. As soon as they got off, Gu Xingyin felt as if a chill was going to come out from the bottom of her heart. Even though everyone had put on special protective suits, they still couldn't help but shiver in this world of ice and snow. This place was the final destination that countless scholars came up with after studying the moving target of the zombie tide. At the moment, no zombies could reach this place. In other words, the low temperature in the South Pole was not something that the zombies today could withstand. Gu Xingyin could imagine that in this fierce zombie tide, those zombies would fall under the natural barrier of nature without the need for human beings to do anything. The cold could freeze the zombies' limbs and brains. For zombies who relied entirely on their brains to survive, this was a fatal injury. However, it was only for now. Gu Xingyin had learned from the system that in less than a year, the zombies in this world would start to mutate. They would start to evolve like superpowered human beings. With the number of superpowered zombies, it was not hard to imagine that when that day came, it would be a disaster for human beings. Gu Xingyin couldn't tell this to others. If she told them now, it would only increase the panic and destroy the hope of human beings. It would be useless. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast expanse of white ice and snow. It was easier said than done to find something that caused the zombies to react. Those scientists began to set up equipment, and each superpowered human was holding a detector to explore step by step. Gu Xingyin moved forward slowly. Suddenly, the system stopped her. "Host, I have sensed an unusual fluctuation." Gu Xingyin was shocked. She knew the origins of the system. It was definitely not something that the human technology of this world could compare to. To be honest, the system's detection ability was much more advanced than this device. At that moment, Gu Xingyin followed the directions given by the system and walked step by step with the device in hand. Soon, she could no longer see the other superpowered people. "It's right here," the system said. Gu Xingyin raised her head. This was the end of the road. In front of her was a snowy mountain whose peak could not be seen. "The thing that I sensed is inside here," the system said with certainty. Gu Xingyin glanced at the vast expanse of white mountains before her and decisively chose to summon the rest of the team. Hearing that she had found something wrong, the rest of the people quickly rushed over according to the directions she had provided. "Are you sure it's here?" a paranormal asked suspiciously. The detector in his hand didn't respond. Gu Xingyi nodded with certainty. "You should all know what one of my superpowers is." The superpowered people of the Imperial Capital Base were the first to support Gu Xingyin. After all, they had all seen her power with their own eyes. Lei Ting glanced at Gu Xingyin, who looked so sure of herself, and followed suit. Since he had spoken, the people of the Ice Frost Base naturally wouldn't refute him. Then, the result came out. Everyone started to dig a hole together. Chapter 274. Each person held a shovel and dug a hole manually. In this kind of heavy snow, no one dared to use their abilities. If it caused an avalanche, everyone would be finished. Fortunately, the ability users had good physical strength, and the shovels were also made of special materials. The ice here that had been condensed for thousands of years could be pried open. A day passed, and night fell. Everyone had already dug out a sizable hole, but there was no sign of movement. Are you sure there's something in here? Zhong Linyu questioned. If there's nothing, won't we all be wasting time here with you? Gu Xingyin said lightly, then where do you think we should go? Zhong Linyu choked. How would she know where to go? Gu Xingyin said, we came here this time just for a guess. No one is sure that we can find anything. Zhong Linyu sneered and was about to satirize her when Gu Xingyin's next sentence opened his mouth. But have you ever thought about what it means to the human race if we really find something? Gu Xingyin looked at her with a piercing gaze. In the darkness, Gu Xingyin's eyes seemed to shine. Zhong Linyu felt a little guilty under her gaze. She didn't expect that this woman, who had always been at odds with her since childhood, would have such courage. Zhong Linyu thought in a trance and felt that Gu Xingyin didn't seem so annoying anymore. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyin's eyes flashed with a smile. She had just tried the light magic, baptism. People who were affected by magic would unconsciously beautify the caster in their minds. It could be said that this magic was a great contributor to the development of the Vatican in the magical world. Zhong Linyu, who had never been exposed to magic, naturally fell for it easily. At night, everyone went into the tents that had been set up and got into warm sleeping bags. The nights in Antarctica were colder than the days. Without these things, even ability users could freeze to death. Gu Xingyin got up very early the next day. They discussed for a while and decided that if they couldn't find any clues within 3 days, they would temporarily give up and search elsewhere. Gu Xingyin had no objections because the system told her that they were very close to their target. Sure enough, on the afternoon of the next day, a paranormal hit something strange with his shovel. There's something. His words jolted everyone. The few of them were full of enthusiasm. They began to work even harder to dig it out. Soon, that thing revealed its true form. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw what was inside. This is. Even Lei Ting was shocked by this thing. What appeared in front of everyone was a coffin. Even though the coffin was extremely beautiful, and the body of the coffin was made of something similar to crystal, allowing one to clearly see the scene within. There was a person lying in the coffin. To be precise, it was a corpse. According to human aesthetics, this corpse was very beautiful. Even if he had 2 horns on his head and black, long and sharp fingernails, it was obvious that he was not human. But this didn't detract from his beauty. It was so perfect that it exhausted human imagination. Among the people that Gu Xingyin had seen, only the god of light could compare to him. However, the system beside Gu Xingyin frantically sounded an alarm. Detected zombie contamination in this world. Host, please deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 275. A source of pollution. Gu Xingyin stared at the corpse that could be called a work of art. Upon closer inspection, not only Gu Xingyin, but everyone else also noticed that there were wisps of black air flowing under the corpse. At the bottom of the coffin, a crack could be seen. There were tiny wisps of black air seeping out from the crack. Could it be that the black air was the source of the zombies? The system said, analyzing data, analyzing data. Data analysis complete. The creature came from a dark planet 100,000,005 light-years away from Earth. It came to Earth because of the space-time black hole. There is a strong dark energy in its body. According to the system's analysis, humans have no resistance against this dark energy. Zombification is a sign of infection. Gu Xingyin was shocked. It came to Earth alone. How could it be lying in a coffin? The system said, there is only one answer. The creature that came from the black hole was originally placed in a coffin, and it fell to Earth by chance. The crack that caused the dark energy to leak out should be caused by the violent collision. According to the analysis, there are no cold weapons on Earth that can break through substandard materials. Firearms would not be able to create such a crack. What is this thing? One of the ability users could not help but put his hand on it to touch it. Don't touch it. Unfortunately, before Gu Xingyin could finish his sentence, the ability user's hand was already on it. The black gas seemed to have found an object to live in. A trace of black gas spread out through the crack and entered the paranormal's body through his fingers. Ah! The paranormal suddenly twitched and let out an inhuman roar. Everyone was shocked to see that the human, who had been normal just a moment ago, suddenly turned green. His skin started to fester and his eyes lost their luster. In just a short moment, he turned into a zombie. Roar! It roared and pounced on the nearest researcher. Lei Ting quickly pulled the person away. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck the body of the newly created zombie. The zombie was hit hard and fell to the ground. However, Lei Ting frowned. The other zombies would have been killed by his attack. However, this zombie only fell down. After getting up, it was actually fine. Thinking of a certain possibility, his expression became serious. Just as he was about to launch another attack, a petite figure appeared in front of him. A bright light arrow whizzed towards the zombie's head, directly piercing through it. As the zombie slowly fell down, its body turned into ashes at the same time. This was the tyrannical nature of light magic. Towards dark creatures, there was never the slightest mercy. Facing Lei Ting's gaze, Gu Xingyin explained, light magic saves a lot of energy when dealing with zombies. The rest of the paranormal seemed to have woken up from a dream. At this time, they all distanced themselves from the evil coffin. Could it be that this is the source of the zombies? A researcher adjusted his glasses and guessed. The scene of the ability user turning into a zombie was seen by everyone. It was easy for people to associate it with cause and effect. At this time, Gu Xingyin, who had been further authorized by the system because of the discovery of the source of the contamination, said, "Let's guess. This strange creature, or the black air coming out of his body, is the source of the zombies. This coffin actually acts as a seal. And this crack that appeared for some unknown reason caused the source of the infection to leak out." As soon as she said that, everyone's eyes gathered on her. Chapter 276. Lei Ting frowned and said, "No one has ever come to this place. So, what caused the sudden outbreak of zombie infection?" His question was also what the others wanted to ask. Gu Xingyin pointed at the bottom of the coffin and said, "Look, the gap is at the bottom of the coffin. That is to say, the black gas is slowly seeping out and basically blending into the ice. In the past few years, due to the serious damage to the Earth's environment and the continuous increase of carbon dioxide, many glaciers have melted." She looked serious and continued, "Have you ever thought that the source of infection happened to be in the melted glaciers? Do you still remember the global rainfall that lasted for half a month before the apocalypse?" As soon as she said that, everyone remembered. Indeed, the appearance of zombies was during the global climate change, which was said to be once in 10,000 years. Even if this can be explained, why is there no sunlight on Earth? A scientist suddenly asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head and smiled bitterly, "I'm just an ordinary paranormal. How can I understand everything? Isn't this supposed to be your strength?" The scientist was embarrassed. He had only asked the question because he had heard Gu Xingyin's eloquence and was subconsciously convinced. Most of the people present felt that Gu Xingyin's analysis was very reasonable. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that the paranormal had turned into a zombie in an instant after coming into contact with the black gas. This black coffin was very likely the source of the zombies. "What should we do now? Should we destroy it?" one of the researchers asked hesitantly. Lei Ting said in a deep voice, "No. Let's not talk about whether we have the ability to completely destroy it. Who knows what will happen to the corpses inside after the coffin is broken? If the source of infection spreads widely, it will be the real doomsday. But we can't just leave it here. The target of those zombies is obviously this coffin. Let's make a bold guess. The black gas is very likely to promote the evolution of these zombies. We can't let it fall into the hands of zombies. What if we bring it back?" a paranormal said. Another person retorted, "This thing can't be touched at all. Who's responsible for bringing it back? Besides, the zombies in the South Pole knew about it. If we bring it back to the base, the zombies will target our base. At that time, tens of thousands of zombies will attack the base. Who can stop them? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She said, "That's not a bad idea. I can try moving it." Before the others could say anything, Lei Ting's face darkened. No. How could he watch her take the risk? Gu Xingyin smiled. My light ability is immune to these things. Don't worry. Thunder frowned. You've never tried it before. How do you know it's immune? This is not a joke. Gu Xingyin thought to herself. Of course, I'll try it if I'm sure. Seeing that she obviously didn't take his words seriously, Lei Ting's face darkened. He pulled Gu Xingyin, who was about to step forward. His resolute face turned serious. If you want to try, let me do it. There are so many men here. How can we let a woman go? Chapter 277. Gu Xingyin looked at the man, whose face was obviously worried. Li Xingxi, never do anything that I'm not sure of. Your Lei Ting is strong enough, but your thunder power can't remove these sources of infection, can it? Don't worry, I will definitely come back in one piece. Gu Xingyin still had a slight smile on her face when she spoke, but the firmness in her eyes showed that she would not change her mind because of anyone. Lei Ting stared at the woman in front of him, and suddenly, he fiercely pulled her into his arms. Gu Xingyin was caught off guard and fell into his arms. As soon as she stood firm, a hot kiss came. Gu Xingyin took a while to react. This man actually kissed her in front of so many people. But feeling the hesitation and uneasiness in his kiss, she sighed secretly and took the initiative to put her arms around his shoulders. After the kiss, Thunder glared at her fiercely. You promised me that you'd come back in one piece. If you... He paused for a moment, then said firmly, anyway, no matter what happens to you, I'll always be there for you. Zhong Lingyu stared at the two of them blankly. Wasn't Li Xingxi afraid of being infected? The lesson was right in front of her. And Lei Ting, since he liked her, why would he watch her take risks? She lowered her eyelashes. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't know the answer, she just found it hard to believe. That woman, Li Xingxi, actually had such noble thoughts. She called out to Gu Xingyin. Hey, Li Xingxi. You have to come back in one piece. I stole your boyfriend, and I'm still waiting for you to come back for revenge. Gu Xingyin paused for a moment, feeling helpless in her heart. I'm really just going to do something that's not dangerous at all. Why do they all think that I'm sacrificing myself for righteousness? She just wanted to end the battle quickly and use facts to prove that she really wouldn't be in danger, so she quickened her pace and came to the coffin. However, in the eyes of others, her firm back inexplicably carried a hint of tragedy. It was quiet all around. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand. To be on the safe side, she gathered rich light magic in her hand, and then gently probed towards the coffin. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the result. The black gas that seeped out from the cracks at the bottom seemed to have found its target and rushed towards Gu Xingyin's finger. Lei Ting clenched his fists tightly, not even noticing that the veins on his arms were popping out. Gu Xingyin was not as nervous as them. The black gas was indeed the power of darkness. They coiled around Gu Xingyin's fingertips, but before they could enter her body, they were detected by the light force that hated darkness the most. Gu Xingyin could even hear the crackling sound of sparks when the dark energy was destroyed at her fingertips. Gu Xingyin only stood up when the wisp of black was completely destroyed. She turned around and smiled at the people behind her. Before she could say anything, she was pulled into Thunder's arms. Everyone else also had a relieved smile on their faces. After struggling out of the man's arms, Gu Xingyin said, "Now it can be confirmed that our light powers can indeed resist this strange power. Now, I can even set up a seal to prevent the black gas from continuing to leak." The others looked happy, but Gu Xingyin looked at Zhong Lingyu. However, there's something I need your help with. Chapter 278. Zhong Lingyu didn't understand. Gu Xingyin said, I can seal this thing, but I can't take it with me. As a space ability user, if you put this coffin in your space, the zombies shouldn't be able to detect it, right? Zhong Lingyu's eyes widened. Is this even possible? Gu Xingyin saw her like this and thought she was worried, so she said, Don't worry, I can guarantee that I can seal this gap. You don't have to worry about the source of infection inside leaking out and affecting you. Zhong Lingyu smiled. Li Xingxi, you underestimate me too much. You are fearless enough to use yourself as an experiment. Am I, Zhong Lingyu, such a coward? Come on. Seeing that she agreed, Gu Xingyin didn't say much. She cast a sealing spell and added a thick layer of seal to the whole coffin. Then she looked at Zhong Lingyu. Zhong Lingyu nodded. With a thought, the whole coffin disappeared in an instant. Although the purpose of this trip to the South Pole had basically been achieved, no one showed a relaxed look on their faces. As long as this coffin existed, it would always be a ticking time bomb. On the return trip, Gu Xingyin fell asleep in Lei Ting's arms as usual. Unlike when they first arrived, this time, the two of them had more or less confirmed their relationship. Thunder pulled Gu Xingyin into his arms without hesitation. When Gu Xingyin woke up, she found herself lying in bed. The familiar environment told her that she was in her room at the Imperial Capital Base. The surroundings were very quiet, and it was obvious that she was the only one here. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, she called the system. System, the mission you gave me was to save the world, so does that mean I have to solve the problem of sunlight? Gu Xingyin asked. In this world, since the apocalypse, the sky had been covered with a thick layer of haze, and no trace of sunlight could penetrate. And without sunlight, plants couldn't grow normally. Now, all the major bases relied on extremely advanced technology to cultivate plants by simulating sunlight, but it was not a long-term solution. Without the sun shining on the earth, even without the threat of zombies, there was no way for the earth to survive. The system was silent for a long time before replying, the host's answer is correct. Gu Xingyin asked curiously, since you knew about this, why didn't you tell me? The white light on the host's body flickered for a long time before he finally answered reluctantly, this matter isn't very urgent at the moment, so the system didn't inform me in advance. When Gu Xingyin heard this explanation, he was suspicious. Something was wrong. This answer was obviously not in line with the system's usual style. She felt that the system was hiding something from her. However, since the system did not say anything, Gu Xingyin would not know either. She decided to let it go and continue to discuss the gray haze in the sky. What kind of substance is that? Only when we know what it is can we find a solution, right? The system was uncharacteristically listless. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. In the past, as long as it was something related to completing a mission, the system would respond positively. It was rare to see the system slack off. Could it be that even an intelligent being like the system would have times when it didn't want to work? Then she would have to think of a solution herself. Gu Xingyin slowly pondered. She raised her eyes and looked out of the window. The gray sky was extremely oppressive. It was just like the land of doom in the previous world. Wait a minute. The land of doom. Gu Xingyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 279. She felt as if she had discovered something. Gu Xingyin asked the system, System, do you still remember the land of woe in the previous world of light magic? The system's body flashed, indicating that it remembered. Gu Xingyin continued, I suddenly remembered that the land of woe also didn't see any sunlight all year round, very similar to the situation here. She began to mutter, the land of woe became like that because the demons were banished by the god of light, their resentment was boundless, their dark power almost materialized, resulting in that situation, but this world. Gu Xingyin frowned, just a little bit of dark power leaked out from a corpse can achieve such an effect? System, tell me, what kind of existence was that corpse? After a long time, the system's reluctant voice slowly sounded, a dark planet, the entire planet is made of dark power. When this corpse was alive, it should have been a Lord of Darkness level character, carrying the power of faith of millions of citizens of the dark planet. In other words, it was indirectly admitting Gu Xingyin's conjecture. Gu Xingyin was overjoyed. Then, as long as I can purify the dark power of this world, I can successfully break through this barrier made of dark power. She slowly began to think. Among the light magic that she had mastered, there were some powerful purification spells. After thinking about it, there was only one spell that could achieve such a powerful purification ability, the Forbidden Light spell, the Great Purification spell. However, Gu Xingyin suddenly spoke. System, did you already know what the solution was? You deliberately hid it from me. The system didn't say anything. Gu Xingyin also became silent. In the previous world, she was Hathaway, the Saint of Light. She was born with the body of light, and she also had the scepter personally bestowed by the God of Light. Her strength had also reached the level of a warlock saint. A single great purification spell to purge the dark power of Icefield City had exhausted half of her magic power. With her current realm and strength, it was impossible for her to complete the mission in one go. Unless, she sacrificed. Using his own body and blood as a guide, he sacrificed his faith and soul to cast the most powerful light-type forbidden spell in the legends, the Great Light Curse. The Great Light Incantation was the upgraded version of the Great Purification spell. It was also a secret technique of the Church. Other than the Pope and the Holy Maiden, no one else had the right to practice it. There was only one outcome for those who used the Great Light Curse, death. No wonder the system could not tell Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was more open-minded than the system. To me, the death of a world is just the end of a journey. System, why are you more reluctant than I am? The system asked, are you willing to part with your lover? Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment, then forced a smile and said, what's there to be reluctant about? It's not like we'll never see each other again. Anyway, every world has to go through a parting, isn't it? As if sensing that the system was in low spirits, Gu Xingyin even tried to console it. She purposely asked, this great light incantation requires a soul sacrifice. I wouldn't really have to offer up my own soul, would I? As expected, the system's attention was immediately diverted. How is that possible? Host, no one has the right to take away your soul. Then that's it. Before that time comes, I'll have to enjoy it. Gu Xingyin said, pretending to be relaxed. She was not in the mood to continue lying on the bed, so she simply got up and went to look for a certain man. Chapter 280. As soon as she left the room, Gu Xingyin could faintly hear voices in the living room. There seemed to be people arguing. Gu Xingyin could tell that one of them was her third brother, Li Minglang, and the other was Lei Ting. She looked over and saw that her parents were all there. Lei Ting was sitting opposite them, talking about something. Gu Xingyin listened attentively and realized that the other party was actually talking about him. Lei Ting and Li Minglang's parents had a showdown. Uncle, Auntie, I know that I have a bad reputation in the past. I have my own reasons for this. I will not shirk away from it. I am not afraid of embarrassing myself today. I, Lei Ting, have lived for almost 30 years and have never touched another woman. Those women did not even get close to me. I also dare to swear that I will treat Xingxi like a treasure in the future. In the end, Li Minglang was stunned and said, You, don't tell me there is a problem with you. Pfft. Gu Xingyin could not help but laugh out loud. This time, everyone in the living room looked over. Gu Xingyin did not hide. She walked out openly and sat beside Lei Ting without hesitation, holding his hand. Dad, Mom. I like him. I am willing to spend the rest of my life with him. She did not say any unnecessary words. She just used the most straightforward prediction to express her position. Lei Ting was a little dizzy from this sudden happiness. Although he could tell that Gu Xingyin had feelings for him during the trip to the South Pole, he did not expect to hear a girl confess to him under such circumstances. Baby. He was so excited that he even shouted the name that he had always wanted to call her. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. If it weren't for the mission of saving the world, she might have taught him a lesson. But now, she didn't know how long she could stay in this world, so there was no need for them to go their separate ways. In the end, Li Minglang's parents did not say anything. They still cared about their daughter's feelings the most. As long as their daughter liked him, they would not interfere too much. Only Li Minglang looked at Lei Tang with disdain. He was always able to pick out some thorns. Lei Tang did not argue with this brother-in-law. Who asked him to snatch away his precious little sister? The people who went to the South Pole informed the base of their discoveries and gains. Zhong Lingyu had become a frequent visitor to the base. She was responsible for taking out the coffin in the space in real time for the base's researchers to study. She also had to ensure that the coffin didn't appear in the base for too long. She had to take it back before the zombies sensed it. Gu Xingyin still had a glimmer of hope. If the research could produce results, perhaps he wouldn't need to be the savior anymore. However, the news brought back by her father made her understand that with Earth's current technological strength, analyzing and solving the problem was tantamount to a fantasy. Today, she and Lei Ting did not go out on a mission, which was rare. Lei Ting held her hand, and the two of them strolled around the base where ordinary people gathered. Gu Xingyin looked at these people. Most of them were wearing shabby clothes, and all of them were sallow and emaciated. Even the children were just sitting quietly beside their parents. They did not have the vitality they had before the apocalypse. Perhaps Gu Xingyin's pity was too obvious. Lei Ting comforted her. Actually, they are already considered good. At least they are in the base. Their lives and basic necessities are protected. Those ordinary people struggling outside are the most pitiful.